Okay, good morning. Good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors on a very windy Tuesday morning, January 19th, 2021. I'll look to Supervisor Kirk to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, ready to begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
All right, thank you. So I'll look to the clerk to go over the public participation procedures for this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the orders received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming are 1, our Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option 2 is www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live, or Comcast Cable 8. Option number 3 is Zoom Webinar, https://zoom.us/j/987-3738-5155, or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with the webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference, and under Order N2920, accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, thank you for that. Could you please read our first item on the agenda?
Oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board.
Okay, I'll look to see. Okay, so we do have some comments from the public. So we'll open it up for oral communication. Hello, you're on with the board.
Hi, good morning. This is Lisa Mayo, and I just wanted to say good morning to Chair Campbell and members of the board. I am with Visit Tuolumne County, and first off, I'd really like to congratulate the 3 new supervisors. We're really looking forward to working with you all. I would like to briefly go over some ongoing programs that we have going on at Visit Tuolumne County. We have the Tuolumne County Healthy Pledge, which we started early in the COVID crisis, and we continue to do that so businesses can let their customers know that they're following health and safety protocols, and so that their customers can feel safe patronizing their businesses. We also have the Shop Online program that lists local businesses that offer shop from home and delivery options, as well as restaurants offering to-go and family meals. Both programs are open to any Tuolumne County business. You don't have to be a member of Visit Tuolumne County to participate. And this Friday, we kick off Tuolumne County Restaurant Week to further promote our local eateries. And of course, this year's Restaurant Week looks a little different than in years past. we do have a theme this year, and it's Dine Locally While Dreaming Globally. So since we can't travel right now, but many of us are eager to, we thought it'd be really fun to highlight international cuisine that's featured at restaurants across Tuolumne County. So at least we can get a taste of those countries that we long to visit. So for information on any of these programs, people can call 533-4420 or visit our website at visittuolumne.com. And additionally, we are currently working to help with trash cleanup efforts and further extend the Tuolumne County is Too Cool to Trash campaign. So this is just a quick snapshot of some of the things we have going on. And for anyone interested, for tourism outlook, trends, visitor sentiment studies, head on over to visittuolumne.com and look for the travel industry research and trends button under the membership tab. So thank you, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Okay, looking to see, do we have any additional public comment? Do we have additional public comment? Okay. All right, so we'll move on to staff reports. Oh, Mr. Earhart.
There's no button here. Are we on yet? All right. Good
You
morning.
should be good to go now.
Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. I'm here this morning to let you know that before you is an agenda item that is that we just received. It's a late agenda item that was received subsequent to the posting of the agenda and is of sufficient urgency to be heard today. And this is on the letter of support for SB 74, the letter of support for Keeping California Working Act. So with that, on Sunday, the 17th, staff received a letter from Senator Andre Borges' office for a request of support for SB 74, the Keep California Working Act. As you know, COVID-19 has impacted the entire nation. Tuolumne County is not alone, including our small businesses. This act would provide grant funding in a tune of about $2.6 billion with the surplus from California. And it has been introduced as an urgency clause, meaning it can take effect immediately upon ratification. They have requested a response by the 25th, so that would be prior to our next regularly scheduled board meeting, which is why it's here before you today. Attached is a letter of support that was drafted, and I'd be happy to answer any questions for you if you have any.
Any questions from the board? I believe we have Supervisor Half's on the phone, correct?
Supervisor Campbell, just to be clear, this, the request is that we need to add it on to the agenda, and then once we add it on at whatever item Ms. Ryan provides it, then the discussion will happen at that time.
Okay, so your request is to add item, would it be item 17?
Correct.
Okay, so do you need a motion to do that, or? So we have to add it to the agenda before we can discuss it.
Correct. You need to take a vote to add it, and correct, we do have a 17, so it could be 16A or 19.
Okay,
So I'll move that we add it to 17. Thank you guys for jumping on this over the weekend.
Second that.
16A.
so I have a motion from Supervisor Kirk, second from Supervisor Brandon to add this to the agenda as item 17.
All right.
16A.
Thank you. And then the recommendation would be to support the letter of support to Senator Borges' office for SB 74.
Okay. Is that sufficient for you? Okay, so we'll take a vote. I'll look to
We're going to do it later. Okay.
the board clerk to read the roll. Motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion passes. Unanimous. All right, are there any additional staff reports? Okay, seeing none. Clerk, would you please read our consent calendar?
Item 1, approving the minutes of January 5, 2021, January 7, 2021, January 8, 2021, and January 15, 2021 meetings. Item 2, approving an agreement with California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, for jail, inmate, and detained youth dental services an amount not to exceed $21,963 for the first year, February 1, 2021, through January 31st, 2022, authorizing the chair to sign. Item number 3, adopting resolution 02-21, authorizing the tax collector to conduct a public auction of tax defaulted properties. Item number 4, adopting resolution 03-21, accepting claims for excess proceeds from sales of tax defaulted properties and authorizing distribution of excess proceeds from the sales. Item number 5, approving a telemedicine program agreement with UC Davis Health for grant-related equipment loan services and annual funding of $2,000 and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. Number 6, approving an agreement between the Behavioral Health Department and Adventist Health Vallejo for inpatient psychiatric services not to exceed $150,000 per fiscal year, beginning July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement. Number 7, approving an agreement between Behavioral Health Department and St. Helena Hospital for inpatient psychiatric services not to exceed $150,000 per fiscal year, beginning July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement. Number 8, approving the plans and bid book for contract number 1713, Shaw's Flat Road /SR49 Intersection Improvement Project, and issuing a call for bids to be done on February 9th, 2021 at 2 p.m.
Okay, would any board member like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay, which item would you like to pull, Supervisor Half?
Well, I'd like to make a comment on number 2 before it's approved.
Okay, so let me, if you're not wanting to pull one, let me ask for public comment first, and then we'll turn it over to the board for comments on the consent calendar. Would anybody like to pull an item out of consent for separate discussion? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. All right. Supervisor Half, you had a comment on item 2.
Yes, I just wanted to make the rest of the board and the public aware that although I think this is a great program for the detained youth to have dental services, the cost of almost $22,000 is through CFMG, which is actually a cost to public health, to our health and human services, on top of the other big costs for regular medical, which is over $1 million. It may be close to $2 million right now. I'm not sure. I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. This is becoming unsustainable because this amount comes out of our public health budget to serve the general public. And I'm just wanting to look into ways that this service can be paid through other means if possible. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent?
Yes. Comment, really a concern. Just on the consent calendar moving forward, I would like for the board to take a look at the dollar amounts of items that we put on the consent calendar and perhaps consider establishing some sort of monetary limit, i.e. maybe $100,000 and below would be okay for consent, but anything greater than that perhaps to put on regular agenda. In the recent past, there's been some multi-year, multi-million-dollar contracts that were put on consent calendar, and I feel that the public deserves that the board just take those up and talk about them, just in the interest of being more open about things. Thank you.
Any other comments on the consent calendar? All right. I'll look for a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion from Supervisor Goldenberg, second from Supervisor Kirk. Will you please read the roll? Ms. Ryan?
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right. So, Mr. Ryan, will you please move us on to item number 9 on the agenda today?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 04-21, commending firefighter Doug W. Clark for 40 years of continued volunteer service to the citizens and visitors of Tuolumne County.
Can you hear me okay? My name's Andrew Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for Tuolumne County Fire Department. Thank you for this opportunity to honor and recognize Doug Clark. Doug Clark started his career as a volunteer firefighter with Tuolumne County Fire Department on January 12, 1981, 40 years ago this month. Doug has also had a full-time career and a second career and continues to be active in the community. Doug is the company officer for Tuolumne County Fire Department Station 56 at Mona Vista, which is our busiest all-volunteer fire station, running 929 calls last year. Doug is also responsible for the oversight of the station, the 3 pieces of equipment assigned there, and 5 other volunteer firefighters. Since 1981, Doug and his family have sacrificed many thousands of hours to required monthly and annual training, emergency and non-emergency service or responses, meetings, and station and equipment maintenance and upkeep. During this time, Doug has mentored many career and volunteer firefighters. Doug has worked tirelessly to protect the citizens and visitors of Tuolumne County and the state of California's lives and livelihoods. With that in mind, we ask your board to approve a resolution commending Doug Clark for 40 years of valiant and continued service and sacrifice to the county of Tuolumne. If I may read the resolution. It says, whereas Doug W. Clark began his career with the Tuolumne County Fire Department as a volunteer firefighter on January 12, 1981, and throughout his volunteer career, Doug has also worked full-time for AT&T from 1970 to 2002, and currently works for Somerville High School since 2003. During his volunteer career, Doug and his wife Sally have raised 3 sons, Doug, Wyatt, and Donald. And after the initial 300 hours of training to become a volunteer firefighter, Doug has kept current during this time on state and federal mandated training, including CPR, AED, emergency first responder, hazardous materials, confined space rescue. There's so many. Totaling a required over 80 hours a year of continued training. Doug has also kept current with additional monthly required training requirements and emergency responses that are required to maintain status as a volunteer firefighter with TCFD. Doug has worked his way up from volunteer firefighter to driver operator to become the lieutenant and company officer for TCFD Station 56. TCFD Station 56 Mona Vista Volunteer Fire Station houses a squad, a fire engine, a water tender, and the 6 volunteer firefighters are dispatched to over 900 incidents per year. And Doug has responded to nearly every major fire within the county, including structure fires at Soulsbyville Mill, Twainhart Lodge, Standard Post Office, Old Dodge Ridge Lodge, Sullivan Creek Restaurant, and hundreds of others. Doug has many memorable incidents, including rope rescue calls at Crystal Falls, Lumsden Road, and Clark's Fork, the 1987 Stanislaus Complex, the 2004 Calaveras Complex, the 2013 Rimfire, the multi-casualty incident, vehicle collision involving 2 full school buses. I'm told he wasn't driving. In Soulsbyville in 2007, and many others, including a runway washdown at Columbia Airport for an air tanker that lost its load of fire retardant in 2009. Doug has had an impact on thousands of lives since he began his career as a volunteer firefighter, including peers and fellow citizens, changing many lives, making the injuries and losses less severe, and consoling the inconsolable. And Doug has worked tirelessly to protect the county's citizens and visitors, played an integral part in training new volunteer and career personnel, and as a reliable and hardworking member of the community. And Doug's life is marked by public service from his 40 years of service to the County of Tuolumne and the state of California, and he has served the residents of Tuolumne County with dedication and selflessness. And therefore, be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors expresses its gratitude to Doug W. Clark for his service to the residents of Tuolumne County over the last 40 years and wishes him happiness and enjoyment in the years to come. With that, we ask for the board's approval for this resolution.
Thanks very much. I'll look to see, do we have public comments? Okay.
If I may, Supervisor Campbell, just for information, Doug Clark is listening and watching out in the lobby today.
Right. Yeah, so I'll turn it over to the board. Do we have any comments on this resolution before us?
Yes. So I personally worked with Doug. When I came into the county here, Doug, we worked on a number of incidents together. He offered me great advice at that time, and he's done it for many, many years. My question, Andy, is have we ever had anybody hit 40 years before?
I don't believe so.
I didn't believe so either. I remember some 25, even 30, but not 40. So just fantastic. Not many people exhibit this type of devotion to our community, and just congratulations, Doug, on an excellent job done. Thank you very much.
Doug, just working that out of my head, I think just in mandated training, that was 3,200 hours over the career that he's done, plus the monthly trainings, literally thousands of hours of service to our community. And I just wanted to say, you have my respect, and I think the gratitude to the community for everything you've done to be able to save lives and protect everyone. And congratulations, and thank you for your service.
Sure. So I think Doug's been volunteering longer than some of us have been alive, at least 3 of us up here. So kudos to you, Doug. There are not too many people like you left in this world, and you're what make Tuolumne County very special. So thank you for out-serving me in my livelihood so far. But God bless you in your hope. I don't know if he'll retire. It sounds like he keeps redoing something. But thank you for serving Tuolumne County. We appreciate you very much.
Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Doug, you're amazing and so warmly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, and of course I agree with all the comments of the board. What I've learned early on and has been reinforced every year that I've been on the board and prior is that this county runs on sacrifice and public service and people that step up and give of themselves to make sure that we live in a safe and wonderful community with a very high standard of living. And Doug is exactly one of those people that, as Supervisor Kirk said, they're the ones that keep this county running. And I don't know what we would do without him. So please convey our deepest thanks. And you have the resolution with you? Okay, I'm going to stand up and give him some applause if that's okay with you. So. So I'll look for a motion on this resolution.
I wholeheartedly make this a motion to approve this resolution for Doug.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion from Supervisor Goldenberg, second from Supervisor Brandon. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. And will you please convey our deepest thanks, and when we're able to open up this board meeting, we would like to get him in here to thank him in person and give him the in-person recognition that he deserves for his service.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you very much for your patience. So we'll move on to our 9 a.m. appointment. We have Rebecca Espino and Michelle Giacchetta with us from Public Health. I'll ask the clerk to read our 9 a.m. appointment before we get started.
9 a.m. Presentation and planning status update of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman
morning.
Campbell, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Dr. Surjenko will not be able to join us today because not only is he the health officer for Mariposa County, Tuolumne County, ER doctor, he is also a firefighter. So he is literally on the front lines fighting fires that have generated out of our windy weather. So he's working really hard, and we send our prayers to him and Mariposa County. We hope this presentation is one of many that starts to show our community is making positive strides in battling this virus. Also, mass vaccination clinics have started, and we are hopeful as the flow of vaccines increase and become more consistent, the number of clinics will also increase. In addition to thanking our exceptional staff and dedicated partners who made our first vaccination clinic a huge success, and you will hear about that in just a bit, we would like to thank our media partners who have worked closely with Public Health and County OES, specifically Dory Beats, to help us get the word out. We also would like to thank Adventist Health Sonora's President Michelle Fuentes and for her partnership and our appreciation for loaning us Dr. Hurd, their medical director, to participate in today's presentation. So without further delay, Michelle will take it away.
Good morning, Michelle Giacchetta, Public Health Director. I cannot fill Dr. Surjenko's shoes, but I'll do my best here. The first slide here just provides statistics at the national, state, and local level. Down in the Tuolumne County section, you can see that we now have 3,359 positive cases of Tuolumne County residents. That's an additional 314 since the last board meeting on January 4th. We now have 39 deaths of Tuolumne County residents. At last report, there were 8 COVID positive patients at Adventist Health Hospital, and at least 4 of those are Tuolumne County residents. 1 of them in ICU out of 4 patients. 5 in med-surg and 2 in the step-down unit. Okay, next. This is a snapshot of our data dashboard, which is available on the Tuolumne County Public Health website. And there's a link there to get to the full interactive data dashboard. You can see that our new daily cases reported have dropped just a bit, so we're hoping that that trend continues and continues downward. This is the snapshot of the blueprint data, or new cases by episode date. And the episode date, again, is the date that the person began having symptoms or the date that they were tested if they did not ever exhibit symptoms. So this is a more accurate representation of disease activity within the community, because the first snapshot of the data dashboard is when we report new cases. This is more representative of when a new case is becomes ill or tested positive. This graph shows California's total number of cases and the number of deaths. And while new cases seem to be leveling off a bit, the deaths continue to rise. As Dr. Surjenko has mentioned before, we usually do see the hospitalizations rise about a week or two after the cases are identified, and deaths will occur a week or two following that. So that's why we would continue to see deaths rise while the cases are still kind of leveling off. We still remain in the regional stay-at-home order. 3 of 5 regions in the state remain with ICU availability below 15% and are in this regional stay-at-home order. The San Joaquin Valley region, of which Tuolumne County belongs, and Southern California region are both at 0%. The data is being modeled by the state every Tuesday and Friday. Okay, there's a lot of rainbow lines there. Tuolumne County is that kind of bright blue line there. So again, you can see that the new cases per 7-day average are down a little bit and leveling, but still well above the purple and red blueprint tier metrics. You can see those little dashed lines at the bottom. The purple is what is the metric for moving into the purple tier, and the one below that is red, so we still remain well above that. So speaking of the blueprint tiers, when the regions do come out of the stay-at-home order, counties will go back into the blueprint tier based on their case rate and their test positivity rates. So those metrics continue to be reported by the state weekly. And Tuolumne County has a case rate of 27.6 and a test positivity rate of 8.5. And I believe the 8.5 is a red metric, which is good. It means we're doing a lot of testing. And again, test positivity rate is the percentage of tests being conducted that come back positive. So, okay, a little bit about surge. Again, this is a chart of the number of hospitalized people and those in the ICU statewide. The patients, hold on just a sec. Okay, so hospitalizations and ICUs both remain high. And it looks like there's a little bit of a bend. Hopefully that's going to be a bend toward flattening out, and we'll see that in the weeks to come. So. And for surge planning, I did provide the board with an updated copy of this slide, as the slide and the data in there was not updated before it was brought to the slide presentation, so our apologies for that. But the 4-week projection is what the state is using to determine when the regions will come out of their stay-at-home order. For example, Sacramento region recently came out of the stay-at-home order, even though their bed ICU availability was less than 15% because of these projections. So they look forward and the 4-week projections. And so Tuolumne County is projected daily total is 8 patients in the hospital, and that is not separated out by ICU or step down or med surg regular beds. And we have with us this morning Dr. Hurd, the medical director for Adventist Health Sonora, and I'd like to see if his line is in and if he would like to speak at this time.
I am in, and if I'm able to speak, I'm
yeah,
happy
we can
to
hear
do
you.
so. Okay, I'm getting some feedback, so I don't know if it's me or you. I think to Michelle's point, what these numbers show is that Tuolumne is doing a great job with following the rules and trying to do its best to bend the curve. We have been fortunate in the hospital to have been able to weather some of these higher surge numbers and do it within our current staffing model. We continue to partner actively with County Public Health and other organizations for surge planning. But what we've come to figure out is that Adventist Health Sonora is actually right-sized for the county. In that San Joaquin Valley with 0 ICU capability, we still have 2 open beds today in our ICU. Now, granted, that's 2 out of 6, so it's not like we are, have a wide open front. but we are able to handle the patients that are coming in. And we are very excited with the mass vaccination clinic and the fact that we've been able to vaccinate about 900 of our healthcare workers. It just helps the staffing so that people don't go out. We are currently at a state where our staffing is good, our supplies are good, and we look forward to just being here and with throughout this whole pandemic with the whole county. And that's where I would leave my comments unless people have questions.
Okay, do we have questions from the board for Dr. Hurd?
No? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hurd. And
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we have, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we have any questions.
Okay. Thanks very much, Dr. Hurd, for joining us. And again, we continue working with the hospital very closely and regularly on surge planning. So, okay, regarding testing, approximately 23,349 county residents have been tested at this time. There's plenty of availability at this time. Testing is available through local providers, Adventist Health Sonora. The hospital asks that you please call their triage line first, which is there on the slide, 536-5166. And there are OptumServe state testing sites now at the Motherlode Fairgrounds, which has plenty of availability. And now we have traveling testing sites, which are available in Tuolumne on Thursdays and in Groveland on Mondays. We just like to note that this Thursday will not be open in Tuolumne as there was a scheduling conflict at the Memorial Hall, but other than that, they will be there on Thursdays. They are also open 7 a.m., 7 to 7 p.m., same as the one at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. The traveling sites do take walk-in folks if they just decide to get tested without an appointment, but appointments are still strongly recommended and can be made at the lhi.care/COVID testing website for any of the 3 sites. And testing recommendations, we continue to recommend that testing be conducted 5 days after any travel, a close contact with others outside of your family bubble, or any potential exposure. And if you're having any symptoms, to get tested right away. And for those who regularly work with the public, we recommend routine testing every 14 to 28 days. Okay, so vaccine planning. This is it's a little bit hard to read, but there's a lot of information there. This is a graph showing the vaccine received by Tuolumne County Public Health so far. We currently have 510 doses on hand for first doses after pulling 200 doses of vaccine, which was part of a quarantine of a certain lot number of Moderna vaccine. We provided some information that in a daily update yesterday, but none of that vaccine was given in Tuolumne County, and it has been pulled aside in quarantine, is not being used. So that 510 does not count those 200. Due to a shortage of vaccine within the state and within the nation, we will be reassessing our numbers to ensure that we hold enough supply to administer second doses to everyone who has received their first dose. So those 510, Supervisor?
My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt you midway.
That's okay.
I just had a quick question about the allergic reactions that were happening to some of the Moderna vaccines. I know it was out of an abundance of caution to pause putting those out. Do you know what roughly the incidence of those reactions were? I think a lot of people in the public might be hearing that something bad happened, and just I think they're pretty infrequent, right?
There were 10.
In the San Diego Distribution Center, we heard there was 10, but I guess 10 was too much. Okay. So the state, out of abundance of caution, as Michelle mentioned, is pulling vaccines off that lot, and while they do some investigation.
Do we have an idea if it was 10 out of about how many?
I don't know.
Anywhere?
I think it was a lot. I mean, but it was more than it was more than the usual expected number of reactions. So Again, it was out of an extreme abundance of caution that they pulled that out. It hasn't been destroyed or anything like that. They just want to do some more investigation into that, so.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
As a quick follow-up to that as well, please, did the state give any indication at all as to how long their investigation might take?
We have not heard of the timeline at this point.
Right.
I'm
Thank
sure
you.
they're working very hard to do that because there is, again, that shortage of vaccine, and they don't want to pull all that out for longer than necessary, so. And there is a pod going on today, a point of dispensing. So we will be issuing probably close to 400 vaccine first doses today. And then if I'm going to show the next slide, so it'll look something like that. That was our first large-scale point of dispensing, or what we call pods. And we do want to thank our disaster healthcare volunteers, Twain Heart CERT, Sierra Bible Church, our staff, and everyone who helped to execute that pod and the one that's going on today. Hopefully they're not getting blown all over the place, but it went extremely well. We had lots of good feedback from the public, and we look forward to conducting these pods as frequently as possible based on vaccine availability. So which vaccine we're getting and how many are we getting? Again, we received Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. At this point, we received Pfizer for the first shipment and a secondary shipment that's for the second doses. But beyond that, we've received just Moderna vaccine. So in addition to what has been received thus far that was shown on slide 16, we do expect an additional 300 doses of Moderna this week that will be for first doses. And we are administering to those in phase 1A according to the state's distribution guidelines, and have started a bit into phase 1B. At least 1,265 people have received their first vaccine, and that does not count the numbers like shared by Dr. Hurd of their 900 or so healthcare workers and vaccines being administered through tribal clinics. CVS Walgreens also has a partnership with the state and federal government to administer vaccine to skilled nursing facilities and include their residents and their staff. Again, healthcare facilities, including Adventist Health, and we will continue to conduct vaccine clinics for those eligible in each phase, and will work closely with our healthcare partners on distribution of available vaccine. Public health is vaccinating individuals in phase 1A, and that includes the healthcare workers, in-home health and supportive service caregivers, emergency medical services like EMTs and paramedics, specialty clinics including dental and pharmacies. And we begin vaccinating those in phase 1B while continuing with 1A. And that includes, we're starting with those age 90 and older. As the older a person is, the higher risk they are for adverse effects of illness from COVID-19. And the education sector and emergency services. Today's pod is focusing on those 90 and over and the education sector. We will continue to operate pods, including today's for phase 1A and some of phase 1B. Pods for second doses are planned, and other events for first doses will be ongoing based on vaccine availability. Let's see, Adventist and Tribal Clinic vaccinations, again, have been vaccinating their staff and others according to their individual plans and guidance. And everyone may have seen a release from Adventist Health Sonora that they are planning on upcoming clinics for those 75 and over. And as soon as we get any more information about the details of that clinic, we will be sharing with those who have submitted the vaccine inquiries on our website, and working together with Adventist Health to do outreach to those population.
Michelle, I just had a quick question about the difference in the, so it's mentioning for moving into phase 1B that it's 90 plus for the county, and that Adventist Health is having its own vaccination policies. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that can be a little bit variable, and it really has a lot to do with how much vaccine is on hand. So we have not a lot of vaccine, so we're starting with the education sector and those 90 over because we don't have a vaccine, enough vaccine to broaden the pool of individuals to get a vaccine. Adventist Health has more vaccine on hand and is working with us to get more out into the community, so they're able to focus on a little bit broader population. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay. And again, CVS and Walgreens are vaccinating skilled nursing residents and employees, and we hope that federal partnership with pharmacies will continue to expand so that they will be sooner than later able to have vaccines at pharmacies. So we're looking forward to that. And that is really hard to read, but that is the phases of distribution that was updated by the state when they updated 1B to include those 65 and over. And this is available on our website, tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/public health, and there's a link at the very top that says vaccine information. So we encourage everyone to follow that website. It's being updated as we learn more information or as the guidance changes and is updated, we update that. So this is available on the website to view in further detail, as it's kind of hard to read on the slide there. And we'll ask Ms. Ellen to join us.
Good morning. Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency, representing your Education and Compliance Division. Are you able to hear me with the mask okay? I think it's working all right. I wanted to give you a general update. We are at 227 businesses who have received a total of 595 complaints. More relevant to today, we've had only one new business since your last board report and 28 new complaints, and that's as of last Friday. We did continue to receive complaints throughout the weekend. Thus far, we have sent 14 oversight letters, and that covers the month of January. I wanted to give you a general sense of what's in the letters of noncompliance. We outline the detailed complaint or complaints. We do redact them to ensure the confidentiality of our complainants. We confirm the specific violations and where they land within the guidelines to make sure there's clarity of understanding. And then we send that letter to the business and to all local and state oversight entities. As a general snapshot, you can see in the month of January the complaints that we have received. I wanted to make sure that you had a sense of the types of businesses who are receiving complaints. In the city limits, we've had 6 in January, and as you can see, they're broken out fairly broadly throughout the businesses. Within your county, you can see the higher numbers within the restaurant and retail and quickly growing within the salon. So you can see we've had a total of 15 within the county plus the 6 within the city. The business process that we follow basically starts with a complaint that comes in from our telephone or email or any method in which a person chooses to complain. We do update a database and a spreadsheet with the information. We redact the caller information, and we take that information to the business site to do a follow-up confirmation visit. Again, we want to make sure that they're seeing the information as we are. The site visit includes coaching and resource availability or information to the degree that it's necessary at this late stage. And if the business is found out of compliance, we inform them of the written findings being sent to the oversight entities. The business process continues, where we will mail that letter to the business, to the oversight, and update our data. We do respond to the complainants as they call for follow-up, and we respond to the public to provide any information that's necessary or requested to ensure that they see that we really are being as responsive as we can. Next slide. Thank you. So the letters that have gone out, most recently, you can see within the city, we've sent 6 letters, and we've sent letters within the county proper to a total of 10 entities. Who are the state-level oversight entities? You may wonder. It includes anyone from Cal OSHA to ABC, barbering and cosmetology. We've seen cemetery and funeral, and to that list, I would add foods and agriculture. I can give you a general synopsis that within the last 3 months, we've seen 13 site visits from our state oversight. resulting in 3 violations and warnings given. That concludes my information. If you have any questions regarding business education and compliance. Thank you.
Sorry, questions? I did have one question. So when we talk, how long did we extended business, or we extended education and compliance until when?
It was a 60-day extension.
So when does that end?
In February?
Through February.
Okay. And then so if you go back, it looked like about 16 letters for city and county went out. So is that correct? So that number plus
Yes.
that number? Okay.
Yes.
So how much, how many if you had an estimate of man hours or effort that went into, because this is kind of where the rubber meets the road, right? This is actual response from education and compliance to some of these agencies that oversee the businesses, correct?
Yes, Supervisor Campbell. It is one piece of what they are conducting during their business with our 1 full-time supervisor, 2 part-time disaster workers. But what they're really spending a bulk of their time on is response to complainant and response to business entity. And there's a lot of warm connection and calls and outreach that happen that's not captured here. But this is where the rubber meets the road, as you say, in ensuring the compliance and the oversight.
And so how much, so most of the time is spent responding to the people that are making complaints, I guess?
There's a great deal of time spent in that, yes.
Okay.
We do a lot of Public Records Act requests, informal and formal, and just attempt to maintain as responsive as possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Hi, Jorge.
Hello.
So specifically with that slide, it was focusing on, I think, lodging, salons, gyms, restaurants that had compliance cases against them. I was wondering what the process has been, at least from what I've just read from news reports, that a lot of the cases have been coming from private gatherings and other types of events. Those were also, prohibited so that people, are not spreading it at these private events. Is there any type of compliance process for that to hold those accountable as well as the businesses?
That's an excellent question, Supervisor Brandon. What we were tasked with was really oversight of the business entity. So if there's a business entity engaged in those interactions, whether it be a cemetery or a funeral parlor due to those types of events or a wedding venue, then we did and have worked with those entities, and we were not tasked with providing oversight to gatherings of families or households or of that kind of nature.
Okay. Thank you. And one other one was, you mentioned some of the, I was jotting them down right here, some of the state level oversight entities. This is something I've tried to kind of make clear in some of these discussions that I think is a really salient point that's not talked about enough, is that even it seems that if the county was to, not that I'm recommending this, but to flout and not follow these policies, that there are still a lot of things that the state can do to businesses which may have cases or deaths or may not be following any public health compliance that can hurt them. For example, that we don't control liquor licenses for a bar, and that would be devastating to a business, especially a bar or restaurant, to lose a liquor license from the state over noncompliance. Could you talk about maybe what some of the threats some of these state-level oversight entities might pose to a business if they're not following in compliance with some of these policies?
Yes. I can tell you that within our neighboring counties, there have been businesses that have been shut down by ABC, the Alcoholic Beverage Control. We've had Cal OSHA, based on labor laws and things of that nature, that have impacted businesses' ability to function, not necessarily in our county specifically, but within our region. And they do have the ability to, if you're a board of barbering or cosmetology, they can pull your license, and that goes through all of the entities that you can see, from cemeteries to pharmacy and things of that nature. So yes, the oversight is very real. The state oversight teams are here within the state. They're coming to counties each and every day, and we are receiving reports of that. So thank you for pointing that out. That oversight is very, very accurate and real.
Great, thank you. And if I might only just throw in my 2 cents there, I think a lot of times we have a lot of numbers that are, particularly scary with this, but with the numbers, the higher they go, it gets harder to be able to understand just the scope of how bad things can potentially be with this and are. But individual stories that we can relate to, I think, carry such an important meaning. If there's any way we can be able to find some cases like that in similar areas where a liquor license was pulled or a cosmetology license was pulled, and be able to, I think, at least let people know in the county, this is outside of our local government, a risk that you're taking with your business and your investment and all of your training. I feel like that might be something that would help reach people, and I would be very interested in seeing if there's any database of cases like that. That would be a very useful tool, I think, in conveying some of the importance of this.
All right, thank you.
And Ms. Riggs, in talking about education and compliance, are there any reimbursements from FEMA for tracing or compliance, or FEMA or any other out of county agency?
Right, so you may remember, we had the CARES Act that expired on 12/31 or 12/30, and we did fully expend that. Actually, we spent way more than that. What we are being told right now from FEMA, activities such as contact tracing and compliance are not a reimbursable or eligible expense under FEMA. So our cost right now is $50,000, approximately $50,000 a month to do both of those. What they are funding is the direct response. So if you were a nurse or public health, most of their activities outside of contact tracing, it's very odd. We do plan on submitting a reimbursement request anyways for contact tracing, as we do feel it's a direct expense, but we do run the risk of it not being an eligible cost, which means we would come to the board asking you to fund that through contingencies if you still want to do that activity. So just more, we'll have more information as we go into mid-year budget, but that won't be until probably late February, early March, which means we could have incurred 2 to 3 months of these activities that may not be eligible through FEMA.
And just so we're clear, it's currently being funded through contingencies, or is it is what we're currently doing now?
The direction that the board had given us last time was to continue doing it, and if we needed to pull it from contingencies, we would, but that we thought that at that time it was an eligible cost through FEMA. Since then, FEMA has come out and made it more clear that they don't feel they're eligible. However, counties across the state, I think, will all be submitting claims for those types of activities, but we do run the risk of them still standing firm that it's not eligible, and we would need your board to fund that through contingencies. We just want to make sure you're aware, in the event that you don't want to take that risk, that we could make some changes. And it'd be hard at this point. The contact tracing, we know, is incredibly important.
Corey, just a quick question. Supervisor Brandon brought up, other agencies like ABC coming in and whatnot. Are those agencies coming in because of, constituents calling the state, advising them of these, or is it part of the process of the education, non-compliance, and then we're notifying the state agencies? What's the
That's an excellent question, Supervisor Kirk. The only way that they know that there is a compliance concern is through the conduit of this county division, who's doing the first line compliance check and sending the oversight letter. Without that, there is no information source directly to the state entity, as I understand.
So once we go through the educational compliance, the letter, are we then notifying the state agencies, or are we just have a database of information?
No, we directly notify them in letter form with the specifics of every activity we have done and the details of every complaint that we have received.
Okay, and is that required by CARES Act funding statute? Where's that piece coming into play?
Is the funding, is the action required that they're doing?
Yeah, because I remember when we started the educational component,
Right.
we wanted to educate people, but it's
Right,
also turned into us notifying the state of our local businesses.
Right, what we wanted to demonstrate in the event that we were questioned of what we did for compliance, we wanted to be able to demonstrate to the state that we did move on compliance, that your board had put some mechanism in place to do that. That's what the Education and Compliance Unit was about. As you know, CARES Act expired. FEMA does not have that same type of rule that came through the state of California and the governor's office. It has not come through federal administration. So it's not required. So that would be up to your board to whether or not you wanted to continue that service and activity.
And I remember talks before we implemented this educational component, were constituents calling the state agencies, ABC and whatnot, and filing complaints and getting nods, yes?
Sorry, I think.
Oh, everything just took it down?
Power.
Power break.
Are you on? Okay.
You guys are still on?
Looks like we're still on. Heather's system just went down, but, I'm sorry, I completely lost my train of thought on that.
Black up here.
So,
I believe prior to us implementing this educational component, constituents were bypassing any local process which we implemented, and we're contacting directly to the state agencies, correct?
For that.
I think there might have been some of that. I think
There could
Corey
be, just as if you were to have a labor law violation,
Right,
a
like
person
Kalosha.
could report to any entity, and that's
Right.
very possible.
Okay.
We're not provided that data.
Okay.
So there is still a state task force, and to Supervisor Brandon, we can send you out, it goes out through OES, and it will tell you what the state task force and the actions they've taken. They visit whether sanctions were implemented. I could share that with your board if you'd like to see it. I think I get it almost daily, so I can send that out to you so you can kind of get a feel to what the state is doing across the state of California and in counties and cities. But right now, your board obviously could decide whether or not you want to continue with that service for education and compliance.
Yeah, and I think after hearing this conversation take place, I think what I'm trying to get at is there's a good point. Having the educational component is good because it gives us that step to get ahead and educate businesses. Even though we keep throwing around this word educate, everybody knows what's going on, but it's that buffer to try and get some compliance and some help before an agency just steps into play without going through that process. So I don't like both of them, but I think the educational component would hopefully help the cause more than not. So.
I do think, remembering that it wasn't just about bringing compliance, it really was about that interaction with our businesses to support them as well, which is where I think you're going. And I do think it's important. I think that our staff who are doing this work have done an incredible job. I've had a lot of people give me compliments about the support that they've received. So it wasn't just to be a heavy hand. It was also meant to be a hand up to say, how can we help you come into compliance along with the business grants that your board approved out of the CARES Act. So I think that they've done an amazing job of supporting our businesses locally.
Let's let Supervisor Goldenberg have a comment.
Yeah, just, I don't know if everybody saw the paper this morning, but it was a pretty in-depth article regarding compliance in businesses, and obviously education itself is not working to the extent that we would like it to. And I know the Sonora City Council is going to address some of this in their session this evening, but how, at this point, what are our interactions with the city on some of these things?
We continue to treat all businesses within the city limits the same as we would any other entity. Our goal was to be supportive, to partner with our city, and that has continued throughout the duration. The interactions with the team and their businesses continue to be as supportive as is possible within the current atmosphere. A restaurant support is just different today than it would have been a month or 2 months prior, because how to adapt has completely transformed with the regional stay-at-home order. We have 30 businesses with 5 or more complaints, which means that they've had at least 5 site visits with education. I have 10 businesses with 10 or more complaints, and I have one with 17 and one with 22. So those are entities where we no longer do site visits for support and encouragement, because at that stage, the business has simply made a decision. So each one warrants a different level of continued engagement. You can see those numbers are relatively small when you consider the vast number of businesses. Any new business that we have, we start over and we continue with the education, the connection, the information that might be helpful to them.
Yeah, obviously the stay-at-home order is what drove this to the extent that, the businesses were so much more greatly affected. And restaurants in particular are, taking a real beating because they were able to do, it wasn't what they desired and had before with inside seating, but at least with outside seating, they could have some semblance. Obviously we don't have, we're up against the state, on that, it's not our choice, to make, but just very difficult. I'm not sure where we can go at this point it's gotten beyond just, people, they're openly, saying that they're just not going to do it. And this could get inflamed and spread rapidly more. And so we need to, as a board, we need to discuss this too, perhaps, and see where we're going to go with this.
Yeah, and sorry if you were,
No.
and that was kind of where I was going with this discussion, is that it's $50,000 a month, correct, potentially from contingencies, and it seems that businesses that are not wanting to comply have made a decision to operate the way they want to operate, and I understand in the early stages of this, with the shutdown is extremely complex, and you really can't, not if I found myself having difficulty explaining some of the stay-at-home orders, and I wasn't even always sure what the rules were, and so if I'm not sure, what chance does the public have? But we've had enough time now to where I think most of the businesses understand what the rules are. And so it's kind of diminishing returns in terms of what can be done. And I just think about those resources, in terms of not just the spending money out of contingencies, but also, or at least the potential for spending money out of contingencies, but also the resources in terms of your staffing and how they can be better allocated to have potentially more effectiveness than, that's why I highlighted the 16 letters, that it's a lot of work to have that kind of impact.
Supervisor Campbell, I just want to clarify something, make sure it's $10,000 a month for education and compliance. It's $40,000 a month for contact tracing. So the $50,000 combined provides funding for both of those activities.
Okay.
Just make sure that you guys are all.
So it's $10,000 a month for what we're talking about
correct,
right here.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just where I was going with that. I'm going to check in with Supervisor Half to see if she has any questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you. I do have some comments. I do believe that Ms. Allen's team has done a very good job in carrying out their mission. However, if the county is not funded to do this education and compliance work, my feeling is that we should not be continuing it. I agree with Supervisor Campbell. There may be some benefit, but it is now with diminishing returns. So I'm not in support of continuing that aspect of paying for those services with contingency money. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon, I think you had.
Yeah, I wanted to echo those sentiments. If the state is telling us that, we need to be doing these things, but not providing any funding, Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, the status quo was for 2 months, which would be the end of February for this type of funding, right, from the county, from contingency potentially?
Correct, that's what was directed before.
That at that point, we do, I think, need to draw a line in the sand and say, there's a difference between saying we don't want to work with the state and saying that we need the resources to be able to do what they're asking us to do in this unprecedented crisis. And so I would echo the same comments from Supervisor Half and Supervisor or Chairman Campbell to be able to say that, at the end of February, when that changes, or even earlier if we were looking at it, because we are spending money right now, reevaluating whether we should really be continuing that, if that's the best use of your time and your staff's time, as opposed to contact tracing and things that potentially actually reduce case numbers, instead of, letters to folks who might not be reading them,
Yes, I do understand. Thank you so much. But I just want to add, I would be remiss if I did not say, with everything that you're saying, this division has these very conversations. They are prepared for the decision that the board or the county makes in relation to this work. And I have to say, they have been absolutely outstanding and committed to this mission to show business how they can thrive and survive in this pandemic to the absolute degree possible. And I just have to state, Ladine, Evan, Jesse, our current team is absolutely ready for whatever decision you make and to continue on if that's what you ask and to move on to other activities if that's what you choose.
So I'm going to look to the CAO. So this is an informational item, but would this be something that could come back to the board? It sounds like we're getting a lot of feedback in one particular direction.
Yes, we could do a couple things if your board wanted to continue on that original 60 days. Our goal is to bring mid-year budget to you on February, it's not up there, I think it's 16th is the second meeting in February. That would get us within those 60 days from the direction you originally gave. If your board is saying we don't know that we want to go those 60 days, then we would bring that item sooner, specifically for you to provide and really approve or not funding to continue for these types of services.
Yeah, it sounds like we're talking sooner.
Okay, all right. We'll put something together then. It won't come any sooner than the first, so it'll just come.
Just to be clear, that would take action from the board, agendize action from the board to do that.
Well, you'd be able to focus just on that one and provide, yes, you'd be able to vote on it as to whether we could give you the cost of what it would be, and whether you want to continue.
Okay. I think Supervisor Kirk, you had another comment?
No, I think she addressed it. It was, yeah, it will be addressed at a later time. I think it's important, though, for the discussion moving forward, and we're going to get to it with 16A with this letter of support for Borges's, item. We're talking about people coming to the end of the ropes with noncompliance, and if I own a business, I'm not getting enough help from the government to pay the bills and to keep my business floating. So I think we also have to keep that in mind. It's easy to sit up here and collect paychecks, but when people own businesses and they've gotten maybe $10,000 the last year from the government when they're used to making X amount of dollars, it's a very sensitive subject. So we have to move cautiously and with some compassion. So my concern was that I don't want to be paying into contingencies. I thought we were covered until the end of February, but if it looks like looking back we may not be, then yeah, I'm all for bringing it sooner and having that discussion.
Yes, the previous direction was to continue for 60 days while we looked at funding. There is one other area, Eric just reminded me, thankfully, is I sign a form for realignment funds that certifies, just like CARES Act, that we will be in compliance with all of the state's orders. So we're going to look some more into that before we come back to the next board meeting. It could be, if we were to stop it, that realignment funds could be affected, and that would be detrimental to the entire Health and Human Services budget. It's millions and millions of dollars for all of Rebecca's divisions and some others that receive realignment as well. So we'll have a more thorough review that we can provide to you at the next board meeting. So we would be bringing this really one board meeting early than what we would have done otherwise.
Yeah, and I remember when we discussed it a month ago, there were other options than maintaining it at its current level. And I believe there was another option that would satisfy that concern, that it would jeopardize any kind of CARES Act reimbursement, but still diminish the cost. Is that correct? I remember there were three options, and one of them was kind of the middle of the road option.
Yes, we did have one option, which included just maintaining the supervisor who's been on loan from furlough out of the Recreation Department.
Okay.
And that individual would simply work alone to manage to the degree that one individual can, which is absolutely a doable option, I would suggest.
Okay. All right. I want to get things moving along here. Okay. One more question, Supervisor Goldenberg, or comment.
Yeah. Struggle with this, of course. I think we all are. We're seeing the damage done to our businesses. The state, when they created the regions, I don't think that we necessarily had much, if any, input in how those were were shaped. We heard from Dr. Hurd at Adventist Health today that, you know, our local hospital is doing pretty good, but we're dealing with the ICU beds in the valley that we also rely on, you know, to put our patients down there. So I understand that. You know, I hear what Sacramento did, you know, at a lesser degree. They were allowed out at 9.5%, somewhere in there, with forward-looking, some projections. I'm just wondering if maybe Dr. Shajenko can't reinitiate some discussions with the state and talk about the regions and where we're placed and, you know, how we're sitting here. I don't know if he would have any success, but I would like to see him, if maybe he has already, you know, we're not aware, but if he hasn't, to initiate a further discussion, you know, to see where, if anything can be done at all. Thanks.
Supervisor Campbell, could I address Supervisor Goldenberg's comments? Actually, where you're going, there's when Eric and I participate on a weekly call with our colleagues across the state, so other executives, executive officers across the state of California, and they're going kind of where you were. For example, Mona in Santa Barbara County is doing exactly that. They don't want to be part of maybe the Southern California region because they actually had full capacity available. The problem is you don't know when that might change, right? So as they're sharing resources, it could change at any given moment. But there has definitely been some concern from administrators across the state about some of the rural areas, such as us, being grouped in, say, with San Joaquin Valley. But because we share those resources, that's kind of the way they set it up. But I just wanted to let you know that there are conversations going on amongst health officers and county administrators for that very concern of how they did their regions.
Okay, I guess we can move along.
Okay. Again, this is kind of tiny print here, but the board had asked us to include in our presentations alternative impacts to COVID-19 other than just the direct health impacts. And one of these things is I would like to talk about today is the sexually transmitted infections, or STIs, and what used to be called STDs. COVID is likely to have impacted the ability or the willingness for individuals to seek treatment or preventive care or attend their regular checkups. You can see on here the orange lines were the STI cases in Tuolumne County in 2019 and blue in 2020. And for the most part, other than a couple, their rates have gone down. And this is kind of similar to the presentations that were given regarding domestic violence and whatnot, is that we don't know at this point if it's because the rates of infection actually have gone down or if it's because people are not getting tested and seeking care. Also, our public health team, and as was presented to the board during their orientation session, the public health team has a lot of other work that they do besides COVID. And our other community and healthcare partners have been unable to conduct outreach and education as we would normally do and as much as we would like to. Again, some of these rates may have decreased due to social distancing and other non-pharmaceutical interventions that are in place. But the true impacts to reduction in preventive care won't be known for some time. We just wanted to bring this to your attention and that remind the public that preventive care, your checkups, testing for STIs, or any other preventive health care remains super important to prevent further spread of communicable diseases and also to ensure that treatment and avoidance of long-term health effects are addressed. So we just wanted to bring that to the board this morning. And close out with our communications and information. Again, there's a slide here with all of the links to information, our COVID data dashboard, our public health Facebook page, which provides our daily updates along with the traditional media and our website. Vaccine information is provided there. You can find that by going to the public health website and clicking on vaccine info. Statewide data and tools link, information on that blueprint for a safer economy and the tier placements. Our community resources portal is still alive and going. And our public health call center is available Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 at 533-7440. And people can always email us at health@tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. And as a final reminder, these same precautions To help prevent disease spread, remain intact. Please wear a face covering anytime that you are in public. Maintain 6 feet of physical distancing. Minimize contact with people outside of your household. Wash your hands frequently and thoroughly. Stay home if you're sick. Isolate and quarantine if you're instructed to do so, and get tested. These things remain important even as we move into our vaccine efforts. These things will remain important as all pieces of the puzzle to help us get through the COVID pandemic. And again, there's our contact information, and that is the end of our presentation this morning.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Very much appreciated. First, I'm going to look and see if we have any public comment. Okay, we don't have anybody with questions. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah, I just want to express my appreciation, to Rebecca, to, public health and everybody that's working with them. You guys have put a lot of effort into this, and I know that I really appreciate I am, and I'm certain the other board members are getting a lot of questions and comments from the public, especially on vaccines. The extra information that's in this report is very good because it gives something for the public to see, and distributing it like you are to the media and getting further reach. It's really good, and I appreciate what you're doing there. Thanks.
My comments, Supervisor Half. Any other board members? Okay, and I completely agree, and thank you so much. You've done an incredible work. I was talking to someone recently about vaccines and the rollout of vaccines, and obviously it's changed what the number one concern that the community has had over the course of this past year, and currently, as I think Supervisor Goldenberg had said, vaccines is number one, and this is the way I see it. There will always be an issue with getting people vaccinated in the county. And right now that issue is that there isn't enough vaccine that's been manufactured for us to get vaccine to everyone that wants it. There will come a time, I'm very hopeful, that there will come a time when we'll get a big truckload of vaccine and everyone that wants a vaccine will be able to get one. That will create a new problem, which will be lines of cars going around the block or lines of people waiting to get their shot. I really hope people aren't surprised to see that. But so far, public health has shown extremely good ability to get shots into arms as quickly as possible. I think you vaccinated 400 people in one day. 410 in one day. And so our capacity to get shots into arms relatively quickly is fairly high, and I'm pretty confident in that. But I'm just trying to kind of alert the public that there will be a time where there'll be a bottleneck at some point, and it will change. Once we get all the people that want the vaccine vaccinated, then it will be an effort of communicating with the public, anybody that's straggling, anybody that has concerns about its safety or its efficacy. That will take another effort from public health to communicate accurately to the public, to get people to tell their neighbor, hey, the quicker everybody gets vaccinated, the quicker we can get back to life as we once knew it, hopefully. I guess my point is that there are still challenges ahead of us, and we are prepared for them, but I'm trying to communicate early with the public that it will take patience, as it has throughout this entire ordeal, and we're moving ahead. So, and I've been very happy with what I've seen in the community. I think we're doing the best we can. Okay, well, thank you very much for that presentation. We're going to take a 10-minute break, reconvene at Okay, you good? All right. Welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for January 19, 2021. So I'll look to Ms. Ryan. Could you please read our item number 10 on the the agenda for today.
Consideration of approving this, of adopting the County of Tuolumne General Permit Conditions and Specifications for Trench Cuts and Street Resurfacing Policy with an effective date of July 1, 2021.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board.
Morning.
Blossom Scott Himes, Supervising Engineer with the Public Works Department. The public right-of-way is a unique public resource held in trust for the benefit of the public. This physically limited resource requires proper management to maximize its efficiency, minimize the cost to taxpayers, and minimize the inconvenience to and negative effects on the public from the use of the public right-of-way by contractors and utility companies. Nationwide studies have concluded that excavations in paved streets degrade and shorten the life of the surface of the roads, and this degradation increases the frequency and cost to the public of necessary resurfacing, maintenance, and repair. The proposed policy in front of you today is directed at all contractors and utility companies who perform excavation work within the public right-of-way. It includes standard requirements relating to public safety, preservation of public property, site maintenance, materials and equipment, trenching and compaction, and insurance. It also includes detailed road resurfacing requirements and an attempt to protect county roads and road infrastructure from the effects of trench installation. Focusing specifically on trench restoration, resurfacing, and maintenance, this policy also recognizes that a one-size-fits-all approach may not be appropriate. Some roads in good or great shape would be significantly affected by construction efforts. For roads in poor shape, a properly restored trench may be in better condition than the adjacent portions of the road. This policy includes key street resurfacing policies based on the Pavement Condition Index. Many of the conditions and specifications included in the policy have been adopted by numerous agencies throughout California, including neighboring Calaveras County, El Dorado County, Santa Cruz County, San Benito County, and the City of San Francisco, and are now considered standard practice in the construction industry. The Engineering Division modeled the draft policy on the policy that Calaveras County adopted in November of 2019. Working with the Innovation and Business Assistance Department, staff included a reserved section in the policy to address the installation of broadband infrastructure. This section is intended to provide a framework for the forthcoming broadband roadmap for the county. The Engineering Division sent the policy to our 17 utility company partners for review and comment in November of 2020. One united comment letter from the stakeholding water and sewer agencies of Tuolumne County was received on 12/2/20 and is attached in your package. No other comments were received. A comment matrix is also attached in your package discussing the stakeholder comments and the Engineering Division's responses. We've been in constant contact with our utility partners, and they've been aware that this policy is coming before your board at today's meeting. The draft policy was presented to the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee at their November 16th, 2020 meeting, and the committee recommended adoption. It's recommended that your board adopt the County of Tuolumne General Permit Conditions and Specifications for Trench Cuts and Street Resurfacing Policy with an effective date of July 1st, 2021. What questions can we answer for you?
Questions? Supervisor Brandon?
Great, thank you. I can imagine this took a very long time to put together. Going through all the details and especially all the comment matrix was very helpful in all the responses, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
One thing I think, and I can only speak for myself, just being new to the board here, one thing that might be helpful for future proposals from this and other departments would be to see some identified changes between this and the old document, some redlined version or highlighted major changes, anything that's just not grammatical or kind of minor, would be really helpful in determining, I think, the overall policy. But the main thing here is the dig once policy, and I'm really happy this is on the agenda because this is an important first step in being able to ensure we are laying the future for broadband here in our county. If we had done this, I think, a long time ago, we might have been in a better position to have fiber in a lot of these communities. but today is the second best day. So thank you for putting all this work in and making this happen, because I know this has probably taken many months to be able to put together, so I really appreciate that. Just a few questions that I had. It looked like in the letter dated December 2nd, 2020, there were 13 points asked about in it, and we only in the comment matrix responded to 11. Just curious on how that, if they don't make a recommendation, is it not required to be responded to?
I think we felt a lot of the additional comments were duplicate comments, so we focused on the 11 in the main body of the letter.
Okay. They also made a recommendation at the end regarding the utility coordination meetings that apparently, according to them, used to happen on a regular basis, have not happened for a few years. That seems similar to, I guess, comment. I was wondering if it was the same thing as comment 1 in the matrix, the annual utility stakeholder meeting. Are those synonymous meetings or different purposes?
That's a meeting that was held annually until 2018, and we did not hold a meeting in 2019 or 20. We're currently in the process of organizing a meeting for this year, and that is an opportunity for all the utilities to come together with the county. We invite Caltrans, the city, and everybody talks about upcoming projects so that we can all plan accordingly. This coordination is something that's gone on for many years. Great. So we're hoping to have that meeting roughly in April of this year.
I'm happy to hear that.
Other questions?
Oh, sorry, I got a few more. I lost my place. It mentioned in comment number 3 or comment section that it was not retroactively applied to roads built in the last 3 years. It seemed that the response was it should be, but that wasn't written into the policy itself. Do you feel it's sufficient that it won't be used on roads that have been recently redone?
In the last 3 years, we've only done 1 or 2 roads. Parrott's Ferry was the major one, which we actually did coordinate with TUD to phase that project to allow for a major project of theirs. So I don't believe that it will affect the utilities.
Okay. And do you believe that, I think everything has been done to make this permitting and application process, especially for these utilities, just as streamlined and as easy as possible? I think one that was brought up, bringing it to the Director of Public Works, if that was necessary to bring it to the head every time, or if there were other people who could also make the certification.
So in the definitions, it talks about the Director of Public Works, and I don't know, I'd have to look back to see if we use the term designee, but obviously there would be some authority designated down for some of these decisions.
Okay. But it's a pretty streamlined way to be able to request these permits. It's not going to be an undue burden on these utility companies to apply for just the paperwork of it?
No, the permitting policy is the permitting process is unchanged, and we have a fairly streamlined policy. We're working now to try to get that into OpenGov, but it was revamped last year and is available on our website. It's the same permitting package and process that we've always used.
Okay. And my last question was just related to the in lieu cash option being removed, and I was wondering if you could explain more about why we might have that in a policy and why it was removed.
Calaveras County had that in their policy. It seemed like a good idea to us, but when we received the pushback, it seemed like something we didn't really want to be a big sticking point, so we gave that back to the utilities as a concession.
And one last question is this something that the board is able to adopt for the county just by ourselves through the meeting today, or is this something that we'll have with the various utility companies needing some kind of approval?
I'm going to look to Cody to just confirm.
Supervisor Brandon, under the Streets and Highways Code, the board is the policymaker for the county's highways. So this is something that the board can adopt today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
Just a couple of quick things. As Supervisor Brandon said, I'm glad to hear that you're working on trying to get a meeting together. Very important, and it looks like we had a little lapse, but we're getting back to it, so that's great. Going back to that point number 3, you guys did I felt a really good job in answering your questions, and you were cognizant and reacted, and there was some give and take, there, so that's appreciative. But number 3, I'm not sure that really got answered, because they were questioning whether they would have to, are they going to be held to something, from the past 3 years? And I'm not sure that was really made clear in your response back to them. They stated that, holding them to something that they, had no control over was
Okay, we will not hold them to
okay. Somehow we should have that, clarified in writing so that they understand it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Howe.
Hi, thank you. There's no doubt that there's been a lot of work on this, starting with the Calaveras version of the Dig Once policy all the way through until this final version. I do have a question for Blossom, and that is, because I'm hearing that the public utilities were not notified of this final version, nor were they notified specifically that it would be on today's board meeting. So I wanted to hear from you how they were notified.
At TUD, who this letter came from and represented the 5 wet utility companies, has been in constant contact with us via email. I believe Dave also has fielded calls from PG&E and Comcast.
Right.
The original notification gave them a board date back in December when we thought we were going to be able to bring it to the board. That, of course, pushed due to various reasons. And so we have been in constant contact with TUD, who represents these utilities, and they have been told of the final date that this would go to the board.
So that means that TUD was in charge of notifying their other partners, or they're not actually partners, but the other utility companies like the smaller water and sewer companies and community service districts and so forth?
Because the United letter came from TUD, we notified them in response. Okay. Well, I'm going to suggest that may be a reason why you have not gotten any further comments. I do have one specific thing that I'd like to mention, and then I have another statement. The delays in being able to get contractors to do the permanent paving and overlay, that 30 days may not be realistic for, the Pinecrest, Cold Springs area or the Groveland area. So I just want to make that comment in case you decide to go forth. But I'm going to suggest that you hold one last meet and confer session with all of the people that were on that original letter that TUD sponsored, because I don't think they've had a proper chance to do the final weigh-in. And I do believe that we're in a new era of transparency, and that I believe what is good for the county must also be good for our partners. We owe them this ability to weigh in before the board passes this policy. Thank you. Thank you.
Other comments? Okay, so I'm just looking at the letter here. So what's our obligation for notifying the public or notifying the other agencies that sent this letter? Are we obliged to inform them of board meetings at all?
Supervisor Campbell, I believe that the public notice that was given of this meeting with the agenda and the attached materials is sufficient notice. If the board has a policy decision that they want to provide additional notice, of course, that's your prerogative, but I don't believe there's any legal requirement to provide additional notice or provide any sort of additional meetings with the utilities.
Yeah, because we responded to the author of the letter, so TUD, when we didn't have to do that, correct?
As far as my understanding is, yes.
Could you?
I'm sorry. That's my understanding, correct?
So we already exceeded the level of transparency or communication with these agencies than we typically do for an item of this nature. I mean, would you say that that's correct?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to look to see if we have any public comment. Okay, we do have one person on. Oh, two people. Great. Hello, you're here with the board.
Okay, very good. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm the district engineer with the Tuolumne Utilities District. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I just want to clarify a few things that came up. I think Director Hoff mentioned about notifications. It's true that Tuolumne Utilities District was organizing with some of the other water and wastewater utilities. We did not reach out to all of them in the county. The ones that are listed on the letter are the ones that we were in contact with, and we were told by your staff that this was likely to be on this agenda. So we did look at the posted agenda. I believe it went out on Thursday or Friday. There's a couple things I just want to say, and I know I have 3 minutes, but we recognize and appreciate staff's work on this. We know it's a very, very important thing. It's very obvious when you drive around the county that, this policy is needed. However, I want the board to be aware of the fiscal impact this could have on TUD, our ratepayers, and your constituents. And for just a little perspective, water and sewer pipeline projects already have about 20% of the cost is associated with paving. And implementation of this policy could, depending on the situation, increase that cost share to something closer to 40%. And when we look at like a mile of pipeline replacement in a street, it's about $1 million. So $1 million a mile, and say 20% is $200,000. If that goes up to 40%, we'd be looking at $400,000 potentially for a mile of pipeline. This is very much different than the broadband industry, which they have narrower trenches. Their trenches aren't as deep, and they can install conduits, which allow them to come back and pull fiber. We don't have that luxury. When there's an issue with a water or a sewer main, we really have no other recourse but to dig up and do a repair. There's a few other alternatives, but they're also very expensive. I did hear Director Brandon mention or ask about streamlining the process and mentioning or referencing a designee in the policy. I didn't see that, and I really would recommend that the board consider adding that flexibility into the policy. There's a many mentions throughout the document of having the Director of Public Works provide approval, and yet there really hasn't been any discussion about who will represent the county out on the job.
Derek, I had so we that was your 3 minutes, but actually I do have a question. So you're asking about who the designee would be in streamlining that process. Who would you say would be that designee?
Well, in brief, in the past, when we took out an encroachment permit and paid our fee, the county did have staff that would be on the ground and conduct inspection of the surface restoration. And that, unfortunately, has ceased some years ago. And so I'd look to the board and the staff to determine how that would work with all the new permit conditions that would be associated with the policy.
Okay. All right, thanks very much.
Yeah, I did have a question of him.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What was your name, sir?
My name's Eric Johnson.
Hey, Eric. I just have a really quick, simple question because I'm looking at the letter here, and I do see a huge, increase of cost from 20% to 40%. I guess my question is, how many miles does TUD do per year with work? Because you say 1 mile would, be an increase of about 400,000, but do you have on average how much you guys dig up per year?
I wish I could give you, but our capital is probably around $5 million a year on the water side, and a portion of that is pipeline. So, $1 million to $1.5 million a year, but we've been ramping up. So next year we would do well over $1 million and over a mile of pipeline.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we had one more person waiting to speak. Hello, you're on with the board. Hi, are you on the line? Okay. Hi, you're on with the board.
Hey, good morning. This is Pete Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District, and we participated in the review and comment process with the Tuolumne Utilities District, who Eric and his staff did a fantastic job of pulling together the group and getting our collective comments and then getting that in order for your board and your staff to consider. And, we completely understand the need for the policy making in this respect. We agree across the board with TUD and Eric's comments related to the need to maintain the integrity of the roads and potential impact by improper or inadequate work in the road right away. So we definitely agree with that. The main problem is that I do believe that there is I don't want to say a compromise position, but a position that works for both the goals and interests of the county as well as the interests and needs of the utilities for some flexibility and other options. This seems to be, the policy is pretty prescriptive. It doesn't give an out in many cases, and out meaning the ability of the director to come up with some other type of compromise. For example, actually separate from TUD, there is a benefit to the in lieu contribution when the county has an improvement project planned in the future, because I've worked with other counties where when you're doing a utility project, and especially when you're doing one in a bad road, one that has a bad pavement index as in this policy, it is can be very cost effective for both parties if you cooperate the timing, and then the money that we would have spent in even repairing the trench line can be paid to the county for them to actually do just an overlay or reconstruction of the road over the top of that trench without having to go back and spend the money for repairing just that trench. To get the right compaction, I know it's a technical thing, but there's really options to work these things out and come out with the same result on the other end, and that's really what we want to do. And then some flexibility in the timing on the permanent asphalt, and the problem in Groveland is just we don't do a lot of work in the county road right away, and when we do, we have a real problem with getting contractors, so we typically wait until we've got enough work where it's fairly attractive for them, and we still pay quite a bit more per ton or per cubic foot for asphalt there. But that's just the nature of the beast. So flexibility is what we're looking for. We'd like another meeting if we could. And then back to your board.
Questions for Pete? Okay. So how many meetings have we had? I mean, when did this process start for Dig Once?
External meetings, we have not had any meetings per se. We notified the utilities via email in roughly November after we had a draft policy. We sent them the draft policy at the time for review and requested that they comment back. Again, that went to 17 utilities. We received the one letter of the 5 collective utilities.
So, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you speak a little closer into the mic?
Sorry.
So you said how many agencies did you reach out to?
We notified 17 utilities in November via email. We sent the draft policy for their review at that time, and we received the one letter from the 5 wet utility companies and 2 additional phone calls asking for clarification, but with no further comments.
Okay. And can you speak at all to, Mr. Campo was speaking about the fact that they typically, when they do have projects in county right-of-way, they wait until they have large projects. Can you speak how this would impact that, or what would be different about this policy versus the current status quo for projects of that type?
This is very dependent upon the PCI, the pavement condition index of the actual roads that they're working on. Anything with a PCI of 50 or less, there would be no change to what we currently require. Anything between, with a PCI between 50 and 80 would require additional overlay or similar resurfacing as per this new policy. And any roads over an 80 PSI they would not be able to work in unless it was an emergency. The Public Works Director would maintain the right to waive these under special circumstances at any point.
Yeah, how many miles of over 80 PCI do we have?
29 miles of road that is over 80.
Many? 610?
Yes.
So 29 miles out of 600.
And then we have 77 miles between 50 and 80.
Okay, so that would be including the 80, so 77 miles total for which this would be applicable, and then the remaining 540 would be.
There would be no change to our existing
requirements,
essentially. Yes.
Okay. And it seems like the main focus of this is not to make things more expensive. It's to codify for planning purposes for particularly broadband utilities more so than water. I mean, wouldn't you say?
It is. It's twofold, though. It's to protect our investment in our roads. I mean, we spend $1 million a mile, between $500,000 and $1 million a mile when we repair a road, and to have it be dug up a year or 2 later, that's not good optics for us. It's not good for the road. It weakens it. So our 2 goals are to protect the road system and also provide a framework for the launching of the broadband roadmap.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, I'm sure it may be a little bit frustrating since some of us are coming in, I think, late into this process, so we have a lot of questions. One of them, I think, is, as adopted, nothing in this seems to be jumping out as a red flag that makes it unworkable in any way. What's the potential, in your opinion, of being able to adopt this and then have, say, if there are some specific changes that the board could either provide direction on, that the board can provide direction on, to be able to bring that back potentially next meeting or the meeting after that.
I'd have to look to Cody for that. Could we adopt changes to the policy? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Brandon, you're wanting changes to the policy and have those brought back for the next meeting?
Yeah, my question is, can we adopt this policy? And then if there is further discussion on some of these specific items, have an alteration done in the near future that would be, I think, in a decent time frame. But that way, this can actually be, for all the things that are not controversial or questioned, a workable solution.
Well, I mean, if you have alterations that you like, we can talk about them now. I don't see what the point would be discussing alterations and then revisiting it at a later point.
I do.
Yeah.
But I think it's just important that way, because
Well,
there's a lot of real specific things in here that I think, at least I wasn't around for the discussion with. And so for me to have any meaningful understanding and impact on that, potentially something might not be aware, or I might not be aware of it right now, even reading through this, but then in hearing from some of our utility managers and members of the public, hear about it in the next couple of weeks. Only recognizing, I think, my own limitations and just how long we've been in the role.
Okay, so what changes are you recommending then?
Well, specific to the first, I was just wondering if that's a possibility in the process of amendments.
To what?
If amendments could be brought back after this is passed initially,
Yes.
and what time period that would be. Sorry, I didn't mean this to be, I thought, yeah.
Amendments can be brought back. This is a board policy, so your board has the ability to amend it. It says that the intent is for it to be effective July 1, so I think that might be something to consider, is if you want it to be, incorporate any modifications prior to July 1, then it be brought back prior to July 1, because people will be relying on this, as will staff, right? So we want to make sure we cover everything.
Great, okay. Some of the specific things that were brought up, in your opinion, is there any substantial reason to not increase the 30-day repaving period to something that's a little bit more lenient, like 45 days?
Right now, the policy allows for us to extend that under special circumstances. We all know that the local hot plant, the asphalt plant, shuts down in the wintertime. So obviously, we could make concessions for that. I think our concern in extending that from a policy level was that then we have these patches out there that are maybe 45 days, maybe 60 days, that the traffic is going and beating on, and it potentially can affect the asphalt around the trench. It's just from an operational standpoint, 30 days I think would be the ideal, but we absolutely allow in the policy a mechanism for that to be extended under special circumstances.
Okay. It seems like it might just be easier if it's not a huge harm, but just the extra 15 days, since the utility companies recommended that, only my opinion on that, to be able to just offer that flexibility. Another was mentioned was the 3-month period, I think was related to specifically winter weather conditions. Mentioned for some areas that it would be better to maybe have it up to 6 months, that due to wintertime conditions that it can exceed it. Is there any particular reason that would, be a strong deterrent from expanding the amount of time they have for that?
Again, as a routine policy, if you let a trench patch go for 6 months, it has a high likelihood of failing. That's putting the burden of maintaining that trench patch on the utility until they can do the final paving. It's quite possible that it could, again, damage other areas of road. It can damage the edges of the trench saw cut. So just, again, 6 months is a really long time to leave a patch out there. We've all seen patches that sit there for month after month after month, and while we would have the discretion to extend that, I wouldn't want to see 6 months be the routine time frame.
Okay. They had mentioned just 3 months. I believe this is Section 8.5, temporary winter repairs. 3 months does seem like it could be a really bad winter. I don't know if that could be expanded to 4 months. My goal is just to not have it have to be a discretionary review as much as possible, that it would be accommodating for that. Just something I think to consider. There was also mention brought up of a conflict review and resolution process going directly to the board, and that there was some desire, I believe this was a second follow-up letter. I'm not sure exactly who that was from, but to be able to have something at the staff level first before it comes back to the board. I was just curious, recommendation on that. It seems like that would make sense.
And I believe we do allow for that at the staff level. Let me try to find that.
Yeah, my apologies. I should have wrote down the number for that.
Do you recall where that is?
Looks like section 118, appeals.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not right.
Well, I think that brings us back to our already established process that's applicable to anybody in the county for that sort of a grievance. That this is just having to do with the specifics of an encroachment permit issue. So that's an option open to anyone in the county. Doesn't really, we're just making sure they understand that that is how your board chooses to address those grievances, and we want to play by that established rule book in that regard.
Okay, so it doesn't need, in your opinion, a special process to be able to resolve it. The normal conflict resolution process is adequate?
I think so, and I think our staff are very reasonable and good listeners, and we do have a very broad skill set and experience set to work with these stakeholders on a case-by-case basis. We know that one size does not fit all. That's been kind of our observation from the beginning with drafting this policy, refining it for the specifics of the county with the way we've done business in the past, with the direction we would like to go in the future, and setting it up in a way that gets us off on the right foot. It is a bit controversial. It's a little different from how we've done things before, and there is a little more of an accountability with our stakeholding utility companies. But one of the things that we're trying to prevent here is having a trench patch in front of somebody's house for 3 or 4 months with nothing happening. And then the county gets called, hey, when you guys gonna fix the road? Well, sorry, sir, sorry, ma'am, that actually we're waiting for the utility company to take care of their responsibility to do it. And as these timelines ratchet out to get things done with our partners at the utility companies, it causes an increase in staff time here at the county, where we lose traction and we lose time on our own projects, because we're having to go back and re-inspect and re-inspect and then deal with a complaint and move things along. And we'd prefer to be more efficient and expect a little more of an efficiency from our stakeholders. And that's, I think, one of the things that we're trying to encourage here, still respecting their need to do business in their way as well, but I think we can all do better.
Great. No, I appreciate that. In section 7.4, as Mr. Campa mentioned, the designee, it seems to be a pretty good, just to make sure that there is not anybody getting overloaded or a bottleneck potentially through one person. If there are multiple people qualified to make some of those assessments, that it could be multiple designees to make that determination, just to avoid a potential issue in the future. It's only, I think, my perspective on it, but that seemed like a pretty reasonable concern and change that wouldn't, I think, be harmful. And I had one question too on section 6.4. I leave most of the engineering stuff and trust to you and knowing that you guys are very competent in what you do. One was just mentioned with the cold planing versus the saw cutting. And I was just curious about in limiting an option to be able to potentially, I guess, resurface a patch there. And I was wondering if you could explain, just, again, knowing that I probably won't know quite a bit about it, but assume I don't completely understand it, what
Okay.
the determination was.
The difference between saw cutting and cold planing?
Yeah.
Okay. Saw cutting is basically a giant diamond-tipped circular saw, which looks like it's attached to a washing machine, more or less, on wheels, chops into the road and cuts through the surface of the asphalt, which in our county could be anything from an inch thick to 8 inches thick, depending on the road and how many times it's been overlaid. When it chops through, it makes a perfectly smooth, clean cut, and, as opposed to cold planing, which would be taking a grinding machine that has ragged carbide-tipped teeth, and basically on a drum, it chops up the road and leaves a very ragged edge to whatever it's ground down. Now, when you're doing asphalt patching repairs, having a smoothly cut edge is better because you always have to do a tack coat on that edge. That makes a seal when you put the new material in there, and also leaves a hard sort of a kicker. So when you compact it, it smushes it up against that. If you have a granular, ragged edge, that sealant material oftentimes doesn't get good penetration, and so you don't get good stickage on that. Because it's not a cleanly cut edge, you can get a lot of material rolling over that, and it just looks messy. It can be kind of meandering and ragged, and it's harder also to get compaction with a roller because you're working on just an uneven edge. So really, that is the professional way to go. In emergency repairs, sometimes cold planing is, you know, a reasonable option on a larger project if you have that piece of machinery out there already. But oftentimes, the saw cut machine is a lot more portable and quicker to be able to be deployed.
They mentioned that it might be faster as an option to potentially do the cold planing, and that was, I guess, what I was wondering is this an accessible tool for most of these utility companies? Is it a lot more expensive to use a saw, and is it potentially slower than what's available with cold planing?
Well, in my 31 years of doing this kind of work, it's been my observation that most pipeline companies have easier access to saw cutting material than to cold planing equipment, and it costs a lot less to get the equipment out there rather than to get a big grinder out on a lowboy and bring it on site. That's my observation from years of doing stuff.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for indulging me on that.
Happy to.
Okay, Supervisor Kirk, I think you had a question.
I had a question, but I get the reasonings behind a lot of these. So I'm sitting here, and I guess what I'm coming to is if we have until July, I think there's already been a lot of staff time and effort. There has been some due diligence and transparency. I get there's some communication gap, but I'm kind of the point after hearing everything where I'm okay with moving this forward with that July effective date and letting you guys and the counter agencies hash out if there's any more details that need to be brought back to the committee or back to the board, and maybe make an amendment at that point. But I just don't want to waste all of this time for not. So I would make my recommendation be to move forward and then bring this back once you guys maybe meet with all the other agencies one last time to clear up any questions.
And I was kind of going to go along the same lines. Could we, rather than actually changing the wording of what is codified, add something, for example, the 30 days? And I actually really strongly agree with that point, is that we want to get these trench cuts repaired as quickly as possible. I mean, that's part of the point, to me, is to make sure that it's in writing that they must be completed by this day. But allowing that if there are extenuating circumstances, we could expand a little bit the ability of staff to make considerations based on other factors. I mean, is there some wording we could add there that would expand the timeline if there were other equipment problems, weather, things of that nature, problems with getting asphalt?
It's already in the policy.
Okay.
The director has the right to waive those or establish a different timeline.
Okay. And, I was just kind of thinking, it seems like we're pretty well there on everything. And what I'm trying to remember is the reason this came about is that we're constantly hearing from constituents and people in the community, why don't we have broadband in our neighborhood? Why are the roads so bad? Why is this trench still rough? And I had a rock break my windshield because of one of them. And that's kind of what I think about with these types of things. I think all of the issues that have been raised today are relatively minor in the context of the larger question, which is moving our county forward in terms of infrastructure improvements. And I think it's really a first step, and it's something that a lot of counties have been doing. But I don't know. I think there's enough wiggle room in there for staff to work with these partner agencies to where we don't, we shouldn't delay it any longer.
Chairman Campbell, I think that goes back to why I first wanted to ask about the process of potentially amending this. As I mentioned, I think yourself and Supervisor Kirk have had a lot more time to go through this and get updates on this process. I'm coming into it, kind of all at once there, and also unsure of what was a change and what was original policy. So I kind of have to be scrutinous of, I think, every detail. But recognizing that the point of this policy is for, I think, the Dig Once policy, being able to put this forward, if we may offer direction from the board to be able to maybe revisit some of the points that were brought up in this letter and some of the things that I had mentioned, to potentially at least have that conversation with the utility companies while still moving forward today with the overall policy. Sorry.
So I think, we'd have to, if we're going to move forward with the policy, we'd move forward with it. If there are changes you'd like to make to the policy itself, today would be the day to do that unless we postpone it at a later point. If you're saying we pass the policy today and then direct staff to work with these utility partners to allay any of the concerns that they might have, would that be suitable? I'm looking to CAO or...
From a policy standpoint, sorry, I spoke with this thing on, it would, from my standpoint with policy, I would rather see us work the policy to get it where you want it before you approve it, instead of continually going back and changing that policy. Remember, if you were to approve it today, everything would be subject to this new policy until we got the new policy in place. So if there were a project or something, you may have some changes you would make later that they may be subject to now in this policy if there's something that you want to change. Does that make sense? So if there's thoughts that you want to rework it, then I would suggest that we bring it back and we spend the time reworking the policy with your concerns and what those impacts might be, so that all of you can hear what some of those changes might mean.
I guess I'm just not clear what are we planning on reworking? I mean,
well, I'm hearing two things. Is one, that this is a very complicated matter that's had a lot of time, and that we don't want to have too much discussion into the details because it can go very long. And I'm also hearing that this is the time to go into all of the details and ask every question, and we should do that today. And both of those, I think, are mutually exclusive. So what I'm hoping to see is, can we have a policy move forward, and then on the handful of things brought up, potentially, as in the caller mentioned, the fee in lieu, that might be an option to potentially revisit. You seem to think there was a good thing in the initial proposal to be able to have, and if they're in support of it, that indicates maybe that would be just a good flexible option. Revisiting this in the future, because otherwise it would be making recommendations on each and then asking for, I would assume, board direction or edits here and votes on every single amendment, right?
So what you could do is, especially for our newer board members, if you wanted to spend time with staff so that you could explain your concerns individually, they would then comprise those, all of those, or maybe some similarities that they could bring forward with, and then you could decide if you want to make those changes or not. Rather than having that whole conversation during a board meeting, they can work with you individually to hear what your concerns are and any changes that you might want to make. Then they can bring those forward to the board in a memo and have those discussions, really with and then with their recommendation that your board could consider at that time.
For the sake of time in this discussion, I'm comfortable moving forward with a vote on it. I think to anybody listening on this, if there are some of these concerns that are important, I'd be willing to follow up individually and have that conversation. It'd be good for me to, I think, be more familiar with some of these changes anyways. And if any rise to the level of we want to be able to bring this back, knowing that at least we can is a good option. So I'd be comfortable moving forward.
All right, any other questions or comments from board members?
Yeah.
All right.
Ryan?
Yeah, Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I think I pretty much stand where my first statement was. I'm in favor of postponing this, getting it right. This is a huge policy. It's a big change for the county. We need to do it right the first time, not come back with amendment after amendment. So whatever that means, if it means staff working individually with the Public Works Department on their individual concerns, I also would like to see a meet and confer with the utilities. I think it's a courtesy. It's not required, but I want to get this right. So those are my comments.
I guess my last comment was, or will be, the reason why I wanted to move forward with it today is, do we have any idea what kind of projects out there looming? If there's going to be a bunch of projects between now and then where we're going to miss an opportunity to lay conduit, or
Well, with this taking effect July 1st, the intent with bringing it earlier is so that our utility partners could start to plan accordingly in their CIPs and their capital improvement plans and budget.
Yeah, if it's effective July, then there's nothing that's going to affect.
But we obviously want to give them as much time as possible to start
I'm fine
planning
either way.
So-
I just think we should move forward.
Here's what I'm going to
with
propose.
something.
We postpone this until the next regular board meeting to allow supervisors some time to have a discussion with staff about the concerns they might have. And staff can reach out to the partner utilities listed in the letter. Each one individually, I guess, send a notification of the following board meeting, which I guess would be February 2nd, and then we'll revisit the issue at that time. Is that acceptable with the board?
I second that.
Okay. All right. Do you need a motion, or is recommendation fine? Okay. All right. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go to item number 11. I'll look to the clerk. Could you please read that item for us?
Item number 11, consideration of approving the submission of the Office of Traffic Safety Grant application in the amount of $450,032.21 for the purchase of Jaws of Life rescue equipment, and allow the county administrator to sign any subsequent documents pertaining to this grant.
Morning.
Board, my name is Andy Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire. I come before you today to ask for the approval to, there's a couple of items here, to submit for a grant. So I wanted to let the board and the community know or be aware of the grants that we're applying for and searching out all opportunities for funding for their fire department. So the first item is this Office of Traffic Safety grant. This is the same grant that we applied for and were awarded 5 years ago to the California Office of Traffic Safety. The grant is used to purchase Jaws of Life and other rescue equipment. And the grant application is completely online and is due at the end of this month. This equipment ensures that patients involved in motor vehicle collisions that are trapped or in need of rescue, that their firefighters have the best tools to do that, so that they are able to receive medical care quickly. I think we've all heard about the golden hour and the importance of getting trauma patients to trauma centers within that first critical hour, and these tools will help us do that. The Office of Traffic Safety prefers that these grants are regional. And again, we're applying with the other fire agencies in the county for this application or for this grant. So that includes not only county fire and the county fire funded or the county funded Amador stations, but also Twain Harte Community Service District, Tuolumne Fire District, Columbia Fire Protection District, City of Sonora Fire Department, Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, and the Groveland Community Services District. So truly regional. And one of the reasons why they do that is so we send 2 engines with JAWS on every rescue extrication call so that the resources are familiar to operate whosever engine those JAWS are off of. So this is to purchase the cordless battery operated extrication equipment and supplies, including the power unit cutters, spreaders, which are commonly known as the Jaws of Life, combination cutter spreaders, telescoping rams to help stabilize the vehicle, and associated batteries and charging units. One of the technologies that's come out over the last few years is cordless Jaws of Life. I'm sure Supervisor Goldenberg is familiar with the Jaws of Life and how heavy they are. Not only are they very heavy, but they also had hydraulic lines, at least 2 of them attached to them. So it limited your movement and your restrictions. So the new Jaws of Life are still heavy, but they're lighter than the current Jaws, and they're able to be maneuvered because they don't have the restrictions of the can't think of it, the hydraulic lines. So they could go 200 feet off the road. It can be many of them can be operated in the water, which really is great technology that's improved since the last time we received this grant. So if awarded, we'll come back to the board with a fully executed agreement between all of the agencies involved. We'll make the purchase up front, and the state will reimburse the county for the items. And we ask your approval to submit this grant application.
Great.
Just quick comment. Yeah, I'm very familiar with them, and I personally know of cases where, because of the weight, that it actually caused some firefighter injuries. So moving forward with something that helps our firefighters do their job better and less risk of injury is great. Did have a question. What would you do with the old units? Would there be like firefighters cross borders or something like that, or what are your plans?
Thank you. That's a great question, and I meant to mention that currently only about a third of the county fire engines have Jaws of Life, so they'll be transitioned down to those other stations that don't already have Jaws.
Okay.
But the point, these will go to the engines that are the busiest, or, for example, or more remote.
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
Just one quick question about the reporting requirements for this grant. Are they onerous? Is this something that's going to take a lot of staff time to be able to do paperwork on?
Yes.
Okay. And how does that compare to the cost?
Definitely. Yeah. So otherwise, eventually these tools will wear out. Also, we're filling in gaps where there aren't these these rescue tools. So it's a need. The county fire relies heavily on grants, and this is one of those grants that, yes, it takes time. There are tedious amounts like FEMA grants, very, very time consuming, but it's part of the trying to fund the fire department. That's what we'll do.
Okay, and maybe just for my own edification on some future discussions too, would you be able to just rule of thumb, give a dollar value what you think the staff time reporting requirements might be on an annual basis to do something like this? Roughly how many hours might go into the paperwork?
I would estimate 3 to 4 hours a quarter on my office's end. There'll be upkeep and there's other fingers where this goes, so the staff has to monitor the equipment. They have to report on its use and how effective it is and those types of things for the reporting that they send me that info. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, no,
The total
that
yeah,
answered it.
it's a lot of fingers out there.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
It's kind of the nature of the beast.
Yes.
These kind of things, a lot of paperwork. Any other questions from board members?
I have a comment.
Supervisor Half.
Yeah, Chief Murphy, 2 thumbs up for finding this grant and for submitting the application once we approve, which I'm assuming we will. But I wanted to ask, what is the likelihood that we may get awarded this grant?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Half. As you know, all grants are unpredictable. So we've been fortunate the last several times that we've applied for this grant, we've received the funding. We believe it's a high likelihood. Again, state budget, what's funded, what's not, and just the application process and who gets awarded. There's always more requests for funds and grants than there is grant monies available, so it is competitive, but we believe we have a high likelihood of success.
Yeah, and did you have a comment? Yeah, I can just, makes me, brings back bad memories thinking about it, but my mother was in a serious traffic accident. She was crushed under a big lifted pickup truck, and they used the jaws of life to get her out. And so, I just remember looking at her car and the door torn off, and just think, how would they have gotten her out otherwise? This type of equipment is extremely expensive, but you think, what's the price of a person's life? And the fact that there's this grant available for it, I'm just really happy that you guys are working on it. And this is kind of the nature of how we fund a lot of our equipment for safety services is through grants, and it's really important that you're out looking for these things and hustling and trying to get as many resources into the county as possible. And so, if there's a grant for the Jaws of Life, you go after it, and so I really appreciate you keeping up on these things and going after the grants we need. So
thank you.
I'm going to look to see if there's any public comment. Okay, no public comment. I'll entertain a motion for this item.
So move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll look to Ms. Ryan to call the roll.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Half,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And I think you have the next item as well, correct? Okay. Clerk, will you please read item 12?
Item number 12, consideration of approving the submission of the Sonora Area Foundation Grant application for the purpose of purchasing Rapid Intervention Team RIT PAC Fast Act emergency air supply units in the amount of $13,845.16 and authorizing the county administrator to sign.
All right. Good morning again. Andrew Murphy, Assistant Fire Chief. So bringing this item to the board, again, wanted to highlight our efforts to seek out money from other sources. So this is part of what will end up probably being close to $2 million worth of grant applications you'll be seeing between now and the end of the fiscal year for county fire. And just wanted to highlight in the last 2.5 or so years, County Fire has submitted almost $4 million worth of grants and received about $900,000, including the self-contained breathing apparatus that were recently placed on the engines. And that does not include the CARES Act funding for the EMS equipment that was received in December. So again, another great opportunity from a great supporter of the community. Sonora Area Foundation has an open grant period. And we thought of this as a great avenue to go to for this grant. So the rapid, it is a mouthful, I apologize for the clerk, but it was certainly a long title. Rapid Intervention Team PAC, Fast Attack Emergency Air Supply Unit. So RIT PAC is what we call them. So the Tuolumne County Fire Department with Groveland CSD would like to apply for this grant. These units would be used on emergencies within Tuolumne County where the environment is immediately dangerous to life or health, or IDLH, such as structure fires, vehicle fires, hazardous materials incidents, and anywhere where the atmosphere is dangerous to air. If awarded, these PACs will be assigned to three career-staffed engines, one at Jamestown, Engine 761, one at Mona Village, Engine 511, and the Groveland District Engine 781 in Groveland. Combined, these three engines respond to over 4,200 incidents every year. These provide the opportunity for, so I want to briefly explain 2 in, 2 out. So the law requires, OSHA requires, that when 2 firefighters go into a structure, that there's 2 firefighters outside that can rescue them. So, this is, so those 2 that are out, the RIT team, we call them, have their tools and supplies available to rescue the firefighters. So this PAC provides 60 minutes or 4,500 PSI of air to victims and rescuers. Once rescuers, think about this sentence for a moment. Once rescuers, I can't say it, rescuers, reach the downed firefighter. So this is for downed firefighters inside a burning building. They will be able to use this RIT PAC to supply fresh air to the injured or trapped firefighter. After action reviews have shown that on average it takes 12 firefighters 21 minutes to rescue one trapped or injured firefighter from a burning building. If awarded by the Sonora Area Foundation, a truly vital life-saving piece of equipment will be available to all fire agencies throughout the county at nearly every structure fire and hazardous materials incident within the county. So attached for your review and approval is a draft grant application and the MOU. The MOU has been signed by Groveland District and approved by County Council. So the cost is $13,845.16, which we're hoping the foundation will provide the whole amount. If not, we'll come back to the board for appropriate budget changes. And we ask for approval submit for the grant.
Okay, questions from the board?
Just one question. You say nearly every structure fire. So does this pretty much cover those 3 placements at those stations, those engines, cover on the response plans for structures pretty well then?
Yes.
You didn't need a 4th, I guess is what I was
Yeah,
wondering.
I mean, ideally every engine would have one.
Right.
We start in the county for all the agencies. We picked those 3. First, we have a very good cooperative relationship with Groveland Fire, as I'm the assistant chief for both agencies. but also the location. So Groveland District's going to respond to any structure fire in that all the way up to the park boundary through the auto mutual aid agreements. And then Mona Village and Jamestown respond north, south, east, and west.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very supportive of it. You know, would like to continue to look for other opportunities to increase more of these, you know,
Absolutely.
in the future. So, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, look to see if there's any public comment on item 12. Okay, no public comment. I'll look for a motion.
So move to approve.
Okay, motion from Supervisor Brandons. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Supervisor Kirk. Ms. Ryan, would you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay. All right, 5-0. Okay, let's move on to item 13, and then we'll adjourn into closed session.
Item number 13, consideration of approving the contract for the Advanced Jail Management System for the Dombacher Detention Center in the amount of $383,804.
Hello, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Neil Evans. I'm the undersheriff. I'm here on behalf of Sheriff Bill Pooley, and we are seeking approval on the new jail management system made by ATIMS, which is Advanced Technology Information Management System. Just a little background, we've been using this type of system since 2005. It's built for the old jail, and because of that, the layout is far different than the new jail, as well as the technology it's gone. So it's no longer able to be serviced, nor is it able to be redone for the new jail. So we are seeking to get a new system with the updated technology that would correspond with the building of the new jail. This system is kind of the brains of running a jail. It aids in managing booking of inmates, classifications and housing of inmates, management of inmate property, tracks inmate sentencing, provides PREA management. It provides the jail management system tracking and time management for jail staff pursuant to Title 15, regards to safety checks and inmate movement. It provides court calendars and other appointments for inmates, as well as inmate disciplinary management. Has the ability for arresting agencies to pre-book arrestees in the field, as well as the ability to search data, provide detailed reports. The new and advanced technology will enhance the efficiency of running this new jail. The cost factors are overall $383,804. A portion of that, which is $168,971 is in the current budget for the jail with the grant under the FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And the remaining cost of $214,833 is spread out over the next 10 years, which will cover any upkeep, any training, and any maintenance to the system. And on page 2 of the contract, which is attached to your board agenda, it has what those costs are for that 10-year period. It's roughly around $20,000 for each year moving forward. We're seeking approval, and I'm here to answer any of your questions. I will warn you, however, I'm not your IT guy. So if we want to get deep into the woods of software and those types of things, I'm going to have to bring somebody back to answer those questions for you.
Questions?
Not a question, but I'm glad you brought that up because I was sitting here listening, thinking, what is the 10 or 20,000 per year? But it's IT related, software related. So just
that's correct.
Clarification for the public. So no, other than that, I'm good.
Okay.
Note that there's some hardware included for like tablets and stuff. I see that on the cost detail sheet. But I was just wondering, it calls for some workstation and server stuff that's not included in the project. But do you have enough stuff in-house, or do you have budget to?
Currently, the equipment that's needed is already in-house with the original funding for the jail.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Madam Chair, thank you for presenting. On this, going through the packet myself, I realized I'm not quite the IT guy I might think I am. It's very complicated, but just in any enterprise software I know I've worked with in the past, working it out, the cost of the county is, I think, about $1,800 a month, which is not uncommon for such a sophisticated, specialized, piece of software. I think my only real question on that was going to be related to if there were meaningful alternatives that were not chosen for any reason that might be, I think, in any way different. If the answer is that, then I trust that this seems to be probably the right way to go. But
Yes, we did look into a system made by Sunridge. We actually were in contract negotiations with them. At the end of the day, they were not able to provide the types of services that was necessary to run our jail. So we went back with this company that we have been with and had a very good relationship with for over the last 15 years.
Great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there a public comment? Okay, with that, I'll look for a motion.
I make a motion to approve going with this contract and moving forward.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Supervisor Goldberg, second from Supervisor Brandon.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Haff,
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will we'll recess into closed session. And then after that, we will do we give a estimated time? Do we have an estimated time when we might be able to be back? Okay, so I'm getting the evil eye there. So
I don't know.
Do we anticipate a report out? Or actually, I'm going to have the clerk read those two closed session items, and then I'll see if there's a report out anticipated.
Closed session item number 17, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, and Ann Friend, Human Resources Director, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, Deputy Sheriff's Association. Item 18, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9, D4, one case.
Okay. County Council, do we anticipate a report out?
No.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll recess into closed session. Okay, we're back in session, meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. One thing I neglected to state before we went into closed session was I neglected to look for public comment. So I'm going to look toward the back, and we do not have any public comment on items 17 and 18. And I'm looking, we don't have anything to report out either, correct? Okay. Okay, good. All right, let's move on to, let's see, we left off on item 14. So I'll look to the clerk. Could you please read that agenda item?
Presentation on the Tuolumne Fire Joint Powers Authority proposed special parcel tax for fire services.
Good afternoon, Board. Chair Campbell. I'm Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I'm joined by Tuolumne County Assistant Fire Chief Murphy. And we are here today to do a presentation to your board about the Tuolumne County Fire JPA and the special parcel tax for fire that they are proposing. This is just a presentation and informational item to bring the new board members up to speed, be available for any questions that you might have, but no direction will be asked of your board at the end. So I want to talk first about why we're here. Fire departments provide invaluable services to their communities. The Tuolumne County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for service each year, and service expectations placed on the fire department have steadily increased in the areas of emergency medical service delivery, natural disaster response, in particular with the increased fires that we have in California, technical rescues, and then just the expectations from the community. This expanding mission comes at a time when local government budgets are stretched incredibly thin, which translates to more duties with fewer dollars to support them. The situation is no different for the Tuolumne County Fire Department, not just with training and facilities and equipment, but also with staffing and fire prevention and education. Funding to support county fire has steadily decreased over the years due to the following. I'll start with property tax and other revenue doesn't keep up with expenses. And I included this chart here in this presentation to show the board the history of changes in particular property tax revenue over the years. So in 1972, there was a study done here in the county that suggested that 32 cents for every $1,000 of valuation on a piece of property assessed should go to fire services. So in 1974, the local voters here passed the rural fire tax and set that funding rate at 28 cents per $1,000 property valuation. Then in 1974, just 4 years later, Proposition 13 passed, which reduced the fire portion of property tax, of the amount of property tax that went to fire, reduced it to just 4 cents for $1,000. I apologize, that should be 1,000, not 100,000. Then in 1993, Proposition 172 passed, which was a half-cent sales tax approved by the California voters. So then the next year after it was approved, approximately 22.1% of those funds went to Tuolumne County Fire. And then by 2005, only about 4.5% of those funds went to Tuolumne County Fire. Then in 2016, the county conducted another fire study. This was the matrix study. And that showed that approximately 0.0484 cents of every $1,000 property assessment value was going to Tuolumne County Fire. So things have dramatically shifted, in particular in the area of property tax revenue over the years. Of course, there's also more competition for grants. You heard this morning from Chief Murphy that he and his team have done an excellent job at requesting grants for some of their equipment and other things that they need. Of about a $4 million they've requested so far, they've received just under $1 million. So, about a 25% success rate. Not, of course, at all due to their efforts, but due to more competition throughout the state. And then there's unpredictability in state fire reimbursement, and that just shows that things ebb and flow as far as the budget that the county fire puts together every year. The state fire reimbursement process isn't meant to balance the county fire's budget, but it is a portion of revenue, or a portion of funds that the county receives for essentially loaning out the county's equipment to the state. And that has been unpredictable over the years. There's also, of course, increased expenses for personnel, for equipment, and then the decreased availability and number of volunteers. So with the decline in property tax and other revenue for fire, the increased demand for services, and the increased cost for those services, the county fire fund has required transfers from the general fund to balance. This table shows how much has been transferred to fire from the general fund over the past 10 years, and you can see in particular the last few years how dramatically that has gone up over the years. Despite this consistent increase to the county fire fund, it's only been enough to stabilize the budget, although last year we did actually purchase a fire engine as well with that funding from the general fund. But this funding overall does not allow County Fire to meet its strategic goals or to plan for the future. And I'm going to let Chief Murphy just highlight a few of those strategic goals that they have, and some of that planning for the future that they would like to do.
Good afternoon, Board. So the priorities of the Tuolumne County Fire Department in the year ahead and past that time, looking into the future, a big part of this, as we've discussed, is also not reacting but planning. So we want to stabilize, we'd like to stabilize the county fire budget, which will decrease the impact on the general fund, freeing up funds for other departments and other county priorities. We want to develop the strategic fleet replacement program, including modernizing the current outdated fleet within 10 years and create a schedule again plan with funds to set aside for future replacement. We want to create a replacement plan, create and fund a replacement plan for required equipment. We talked about self-contained breathing apparatus, the jaws of life, personal protective equipment such as turnouts, hose, and appliances. And while we apply for these grants, as we discussed earlier today, there's more and more competition for those grants, and they're not guaranteed. Want to establish a strategy to modernize emergency response dispatching with the installation of automatic vehicle locators or mobile data terminals in the county fire fleet within 10 years. And also create a strategic plan for fire station locations, including modernization of facilities with the goal of building 3 new fire stations within 10 years with a plan to staff those stations. One of those would be a rebuild of the Jamestown station.
So with that in mind, last year, staff presented to the Board of Supervisors multiple options to increase revenue in order to stabilize the county fire budget, but also to strategically plan for the future. In order to ensure every user of fire services pays a portion of the costs for those services and no one particular sector is over or underpaying for fire services, staff are working on the following items in addition to the transient occupancy tax that was approved by voters in November. So we are currently reviewing the county's development impact fees. We call those Geiger fees, which stands for Growth in Government Expenditures and Revenues. And those are fees that development pays, a whole host of development, so from residential to commercial. They pay for the impact, for the future impact of what they are building, how it could potentially impact future services and service needs. And so as they develop, there are certain fees that they pay that go into a Geiger fee fund, and then those fees can be used to build things like facilities. So we have a consultant on board, and we're currently reviewing our Geiger fees, in particular paying a close attention to emergency services and in particular to fire services to make sure that they are what they should be. Those will be coming to your board later for further discussion and decision. Also with commercial development, as your board is aware, we've been discussing community facilities district or another mechanism for development to pay what we've been referring to as their fair share of the impacts of that new development on, in particular, emergency services. So as you know, we're reviewing all of those items for the impact of commercial development. We're also looking into adding user fees for existing mandated business fire inspections. As your board is aware, we brought that in the last board meeting. We're still working on that. And then also trying to refine adding additional inspections for non-mandated businesses, and that would help address the impact that businesses have on fire services and their use of fire services. And then, of course, the last item is what we're here for today, is the parcel tax for property owners. And so that would be revenue that property owners would pay to assist with fire services. So in July of last year, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to work collaboratively with the other fire districts in Tuolumne County, as well as the city of Sonora, to place a measure on the ballot for voters to approve a parcel tax for fire services. It was directed this tax would be a special tax so that all revenue collected would be placed in a fund set aside only for use for fire services. A special tax also requires approval from 2/3 of the voters, not a simple majority like general taxes. So since that time, staff have been working with the other districts and the city of Sonora on the details of this tax measure. One significant issue that arose pretty early on as we were working on this was that if the county placed a measure on the ballot, it would appear duplicative for any other voter's ballot who also lived within a fire district or the city of Sonora who was also wanting a parcel tax. So we could see, for example, somebody who lived in the city of Sonora might see a ballot measure for the city of Sonora's parcel tax, but simultaneously would see a ballot measure for the county of Tuolumne, the unincorporated area of the county. And that could potentially lead to some voter confusion or ultimately could lead to a failure of the measure. So in order to remedy this issue in December, most of the fire districts, as well as the city of Sonora and the county of Tuolumne, created a joint powers authority to act as a joint taxing entity, allowing for one unified tax measure to appear on every ballot. So the member entities of the Tuolumne County Fire Joint Powers Authority are the County of Tuolumne, the City of Sonora, the Groveland Community Services District, the Columbia Fire Protection District, the Jamestown Fire Protection District, and the Tuolumne Fire District. The Twain Harte Community Services District, Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, and the Strawberry Fire Protection District opted not to participate in the JPA because they each have their own assessments or parcel taxes or a combination of both and did not want to add more to their residents. The Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Department also opted not to participate in the tax measure. However, each of these districts have all expressed support for this new JPA and the special parcel tax for fire. So with the new legal entity formed, the JPA is now the one who has the authority to adopt an ordinance for the tax and to call for a special election, as well as to set the tax rate. Voters who are not within the jurisdiction of this newly formed JPA, who are outside of the boundaries of the members that I just listed, they will not vote on the tax, so they will not see the measure on the ballot. The JPA is working toward a special election to be held on June 8th of this year. The cost for the election is estimated to be approximately $4 to $5 per voter, and each entity in the JPA will contribute toward the cost of the special election based on the number of voters in their jurisdiction. The total cost for the county could be up to, if it does end up being $5 per voter, could be up to $131,975 with 26,395 voters, and again at the rate of $5 per voter. And that will be added into the mid-year budget review for your board. Administrative and legal staff, as well as the fire chiefs, have met multiple times with the county assessor and auditor controller to discuss the details of the tax measure. This group of staff unanimously recommended the JPA set the special tax with the following details. So the tax will be assessed annually. The tax will be set at a flat rate per parcel, as opposed to square footage per parcel or another scalable metric. The rate will be set as follows: $75 per unimproved parcels, and that means parcels with no habitable structures, and $150 per unimproved parcel. So those are parcels with habitable structures like a home, even a barn, or a commercial property. The tax will not have a sunset period. The language on the ballot instead will read "until repealed by voters." Exemptions will be similar to those for regular property taxes. However, there will be no exemptions for particular parcel types or zoning. And this is consistent with other voter-approved bonds, school bonds, for example, and also we feel is the most equitable since all parcel types utilize services from the fire department. The tax also will increase annually by 2%. This is consistent with the way property tax is assessed due to under Proposition 13, and will ensure the tax collected increases as costs for services increase. You know, the cost for employees or the cost for equipment increases over the years. This 2% inflation rate, you could say, will be aligned with that. So although the JPA is the one levying the tax, Each entity that makes up the JPA will annually receive the tax revenue based on the number of improved and unimproved parcels in that jurisdiction. So it is estimated the tax will bring in approximately $4,183,950 annually. $3,117,975 of that will go to Tuolumne County Fire Department. With this annual funding, County Fire anticipates over the 10 years that they can meet their goals of their strategic plan. And that strategic plan I know was discussed on Friday by Chief Cashy, and it will come back to your board for further consideration and approval. And some of those items I would also like to defer to Assistant Chief Murphy just to describe in a little more detail.
Thank you, Liz. So this discussion, of course, has been going on for a couple of years, and I think for the current board members, we've explained a lot, and I think you've seen a lot as far as the needs of the department. I did a presentation to the board in July about how dire things were, and I went into that in some detail about really the state of the department. So this funding mechanism, this particular funding mechanism would help us resolve those issues. So we believe that within 10 years, immediately the county budget will be stabilized if this was passed, freeing up general fund dollars for other county services as the county, as the board prioritizes. All vehicles will be replaced, and a plan with reserves will be established to plan for those eventual replacements. The National Fire Protection Association has a standard of when equipment should be replaced, and that is in what we'd like to get in line with. Mandated and industry standard equipment has been replaced with a plan for replacement and AVL installation on all new equipment. 3 new fire stations could be built, and vehicle and capital replacement reserves will start to be set aside in preparation to build or remodel additional fire stations and continue with the fleet and equipment replacement schedules as the community demands are to keep pace with community demands.
Thanks. So just one final note here, and I already mentioned this, but I just want to run through the timeline once again. So the Tuolumne County Fire JPA is shooting for a special election on June 8th. The purpose of this is so that each entity could start collecting this parcel tax next fiscal year. It requires 2 readings. The special tax requires 2 readings of an ordinance by that JPA. So the first meeting we have scheduled for February 17th. The second meeting of the JPA we have scheduled for March 3rd. At that point, they would also pass a resolution calling for that special election. The deadline to place the measure on the ballot is March 12th of this year. And again, as I mentioned, since this is a special tax, it requires 2/3 of approval by the voters residing in the JPA boundaries. So that's all we have for you. I am happy to answer any questions you might have. Again, this is just an informational item. I just wanted to bring your board up to speed on what we've been working on.
All right, questions?
I do, but I'd like to wait and just hear what the other board members have to say first, please.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon?
All right. Well, thank you for presenting on that. I've been there for several of the presentations last year on just, I think, the dire need we have for our fire services. I think everybody in the public, staff, all the people up here, we all recognize, what a risk we face, and that we have to be able to find a solution. We can't have a situation where, the apparatus or equipment breaks down on the way to one of these fires and it gets out of control. And with, much of that fleet being something like 20 and even 30, I think, years old, there's just a limit to what can really be fixed, in some of these things. That is very clear, is that we need some type of revenue to be able to support that. And the importance of fire danger can't be understated. I only have a couple of, I think, concerns And I should say, actually, even beyond that, specific to my district, the Columbia parcel tax, one of them, I believe, is expiring in a couple of years. If I'm correct on that, I believe I'll double check with Chief there, but that would impact their budget, which is already on a shoestring. And in my district, I'd say the fire districts locally are probably the most impacted ones, or some of the most impacted in the county. And so this is close to my heart for my district. I also look at just the way that it's done on, mentioned in here as opposed to the square footage. I would be interested, and only speaking for myself, in looking at some type of an ad valorem tax instead. That would be based on what, either square footage or the property value of something would be. For the fact that I think of specifically, people in Millvilla or people who are fixed income seniors, where $150 is a lot. And to somebody who's been employed this entire time, doing okay, owning a business, doing all right, I think, people want to pitch in to be able to help. This seems to be the right amount to be able to get you to that goal. But how we gather that amount, that's of concern to me. I have a lot of retired folks in District 5. I've got a lot of people that are living check to check. That's a big concern. I don't think it's just a concern on how it would impact them, which is, also close to my heart. But the other is making sure it passes. Because all this, if it ends up on the ballot and they're not able to support that, that's a big concern to me. So I'd be interested in hearing more about that. I also have concerns just on spending for these special elections. I have a question about why June 8th is the deadline. Is that an arbitrary date, or can a special election be held at any time?
So it can be held at any time. That's the Tuesday. That's the very last Tuesday. I'm looking at Debbie here. That's the very last Tuesday of the year, I believe, that we can hold the election.
Okay.
And knowing all of the administrative pieces that had to get in order, we had to push it as laid out as possible in the year without, going into the next year, so that we could collect starting fiscal year 21-22.
I see. So if it's any later, it could be later, but then we couldn't collect the fee until the following
That's
year,
correct.
a year and a half away.
That's correct.
I see. So that's the limiting factor. And you said this decision would have to be on a ballot and approved by March 12th?
12th. 12th.
Okay.
Yep.
And what was the impact? So I was at the where you presented to Columbia and Jamestown fire districts, and at that point, I believe there was only one local fire district up the hill that had not joined in on it, or at least the others had indicated support. What's the impact of having many of some wealthier neighborhoods, I say, up the hill that are fire districts that are doing pretty well, have fairly stable funding to an extent, not in this tax on the county budget? I mean, how much money is that taking out of it? Would that change the fee amount?
So it doesn't change anything about what we would collect if they were in or out. That doesn't change. County fire's response. As far as the unincorporated areas of the county, it's kind of irrelevant to the other. The Twain Harte, Sugar Pine, Mewa, Sugar Pine, and Strawberry.
Mm-hmm. That money would have gone, I guess, to their local district then.
That's
None of
correct.
it would have gone to
that's
TCFD.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I was wondering if there's any way to provide a breakdown of I think it's 1.1 or 1.2 million going to the local districts, or somewhere around those numbers, of what's going to what local districts would be very interesting. I'd be curious to see. Columbia in particular has a unique fire district situation with the number of public properties and the size of it, what the impact might be there.
Yeah, I can send that to you. It's all based on number of parcels. So Kanan, our assessor, put a nice spreadsheet together of the number of unimproved parcels and improved parcels that each district has. And then it's a simple formula to get to what that amount would be that each district would be collecting.
Great.
So I'd be happy to send that to you. Yeah.
And I think my only last question on this is, does it have to be done based on, for example, is there any way to do this based on what the revenue allocation, number of calls served? Again, for example, Columbia has a relatively small area, but I think serves an outsized number of calls for the amount of tax base they have. Is there any way to distribute it based on the number of calls they actually do, as opposed to just the size of their districts?
Yeah, I mean, a
rolling average.
In theory, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, just just so the way that the JPA agreement is written currently is that it would be, that revenue would be, given out based on number of parcels in each district. So if we wanted to make changes like in that way, we would have to change the JPA agreement.
Okay.
And so then each new board each board would have to approve the new agreement. That certainly, I suppose, is something that we could discuss with the rest of the entities. The other entities have expressed interest in the way that it is, in a per parcel, but sure, we could bring it up and see if there's any interest. Anything like that, though, just delays the timeline.
Great.
And I'm not sure that we would have the time then to approve, get everything approved.
Okay. And thank you. And in this presentation, I would just ask of my other board members potential consideration if that's something you'd be interested in the appropriating in a different way from a flat tax to ad valorem, either based on value, square footage, something graduated to represent, I think, the resources somebody might have in there would be, I think, a really good discussion for us to have. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just actually want to mention the mobile home piece. So mobile homes are one big parcel generally. So it would just be one parcel tax for whatever the parcel the landowner is. So individual mobile home owners wouldn't pay a parcel tax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. And I believe Deputy County Council Schmidt wants to say some things, and I think Chief Cashy is on the phone also, and he would like to say some things.
I just wanted to address, there is mention about ad valorem percentage type according to the property value, and I just needed to get out there that would not be lawful under Prop 13, which is already an ad valorem tax. So we'd be violating that if we tied the amount of this tax to the value of property. So that's why it would either be a flat tax or square footage. And as far as the disparity between parcels that receive calls, that sounds more like an assessment that a CSA would charge based on like a study to set the correct values for the benefit to the served parcels. This is a tax, so it's revenue, not necessarily based on the number of calls, because that could change over time between certain areas, and this would be a permanent tax. So that's just a difference between the two types of revenues, between assessments and taxes.
Okay. And while I got you up here, one last question is related to whether that would be a tax deductible fee or assessment that they would pay. I know that there's some issues with, you mentioned it's not going to be ad valorem, but is this something that can be written off?
I couldn't give a tax advice, but
okay.
the exemptions would be the same as property taxes, so it'd be treated the same. So people could probably look up their liability, their tax liability, based on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Half.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I have one question and several comments. First, going back to the Prop 172 monies, 1994, where it was 22.1% went to fire, and then in 2005 it went down to 4.56%. So my question is this due to our own county internal distribution method, or was this from something else? Hello?
Yeah, we're
drawing.
And then
Okay.
what, could you restate Supervisor Half's question as you understand it, just to make sure we're clear?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Half and Board again. As I understand it, the Proposition 172 is given to the counties. The counties decide where the monies go. So as the question was, how is the rate determined from 22 plus or minus percent to a little over 4.5%? That's determined by the county. So just again, a reminder, that's a finite amount of dollars. If that were to change, it's coming from another department. So just throw that little plug out there.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I had the proper understanding, because I know there's lots of recipients within the county that receive Prop 172 money. Okay, now for comments. I'm all for long-range planning and getting out of the reactive mode. I think there are several different considerations that we need to pay attention to. One is, and I know you're working on it, a master plan for fire. And I think this special parcel tax is only 1 point in that master plan. We're also, I think, hopefully this year we're going to, as a board, be bringing forth a hazardous vegetation ordinance code. So I'm curious whether this special parcel tax will also cover the compliance aspects of this. I guess that's a question. I don't see where it does, and so my point here is I don't want to go back to the taxpayer and say, okay, now we need more money for this. So I just want to make sure we're taking a holistic approach to this, whatever we do. My next point is we have quite a few agricultural large parcel owners in our county, and I know when this was brought up to the board last year, there was some talk of capping the number of unimproved parcels, and I don't see that that's anywhere in the materials that you presented today. And I think there should be some sort of break for those people who own parcels maybe more than 4. We should put a cap on it. I know this will decrease our income, but I feel strongly about it, and we may be relying more and more on our ag properties as time goes on. So I would at least like a discussion on that. And maybe there's a possibility for some credit for mitigation work that they do on their properties. I don't know. I'm just kind of, thinking beyond the box. Then I haven't heard any study done or any looking into how much do we think the public is willing to pay for this? Yes, I hear how much we need, but, we also have to have the public's buy-in that, yes, they understand this need and they are willing to pay for it. So we've got to have both of those sides match. My last point, my last thing to talk about is where would all this money come from to pay for this special election? And I'll leave it to you to answer all those things. Thank you.
So, Supervisor, just a couple things if I'm going to run down the list here. The first item on the hazardous vegetation ordinance, that, as far as I am aware, hasn't been directed by the board, and it wasn't when we first developed this proposal, so it is not a part of the funding per se. So if the board wants to direct that, then yeah, we would definitely, I think, as Chief Cashy and Chief Murphy are refining which they do have, the kind of a master plan, strategic plan for fire, then that would definitely have to be considered in there as well, if that does become a direction from the board.
Okay, piggyback on that real quick before you go on to the next question. I'm sorry. Would it be possible to modify it to allow for such a thing in the future, or would would it be something? I mean, could we leave the door open in the existing proposed tax for something like that to draw funding in the future?
Sure. So the board will have discretion on how to spend this funding. I mean, it has to be spent on fire services. Yeah. There's no discretion there. But as far as what fire services are, yeah, for sure, the board will have discretion. Again, to Supervisor Half's point, looking for a more strategic plan of how we're going to spend our funding. That will be kind of at the board's discretion. What items do you want this funding to go toward? Do you want it to go toward a vegetation ordinance and inspectors? That definitely will cost money, as well as equipment and, modernization of facilities, et cetera, that you all heard about. So that's going to need to be considered for sure. But yeah, to answer your question, yes. Okay. And then capping the parcel tax, we did have a lot of discussion about this, internally with staff as well as with the board. The challenge is, I don't like starting a phrase like that. In our discussions, there were some real concerns about capping the parcel tax. And for one, the question becomes which entity receives the revenue. So if a property owner has, say, 5 parcels and has 1 parcel in each of the fire districts, who would receive the revenue? Once it's capped, of the 4 parcels, who would get it? That was a real big question. I know that Debbie, as well as our assessor, had some very significant concerns about just administrative ability to even track that kind of thing, because I think Debbie can speak to this, but property owners, you could be one property owner, but there could be multiple names under which you are actually assessed your property tax. And so it just seemed near impossible. And then the last point is, and I know, again, Chief Cashy's on the phone, and I know he wants to speak, and I've heard him say this multiple times, that every parcel could potentially use fire services. So even if they are an ag property and maybe there is not an improvement on the property, there's still hazmat response, there's still other like medical responses, there's a variety of other things that fire could respond to. So just because there's not a structure per se doesn't mean that they don't use fire. So I'll defer also to Debbie.
Debbie Batista, County Auditor Controller. Heather. Liz did a great job. Not on.
Debbie,
there you go.
It's on there.
Am I on now? Yeah. Debbie Batista, County Auditor Controller, and Liz did a great job trying to explain it. We need to keep this simple. It needs to be a KISS. That there's a very small window of time between the time the assessor gives the roll to the auditor and the auditor puts the tax information on it, turns it over to the treasurer, tax collector for him to print the bills and send out the bills. And some of the things that Liz brought up would be, I do not want my staff to be who gets to determine which parcels we're going to put this on and which parcels we're not going to put this on. There's the issue of somebody owns 15 property in 8 of the districts. Which ones do we give and which ones don't we give? During the year they split a parcel. Do we give them back the money? Do we take the money? We don't want this to be really complicated. We want to make it as easy as easy as it possibly can be. And think about a school bond. When we, the citizens of Tuolumne County, passed the school bonds for the college, nobody said, I own 5 parcels, don't put the school bond on 3 of my parcels. When the citizens passed the school bonds for Sonora High or any of the other school districts, nobody jumped up and said, don't tax me because I own so many different parcels. As Liz pointed out, the services that one possibly could get isn't going to look at your parcel and say, oh, that's number 6, so we're not going to have a fire there. The main thing is just to treat everybody the same and make it really easy on my staff. Oh, the election side, I think that was one of the other questions. Thanks. We're going to charge all the jurisdictions based upon their percentages of how many parcels it is for the total population. The good news is that in most of the cases, the County of Tuolumne has their money in the pool, so we could just pull the money from them. The other ones, we will have to bill them, but I'm sure that they will pay. And if they don't, we'll subtract the money from their property tax that we have to allocate.
Supervisor Kirk.
Debbie, I'm going to charge you $100 for using my KISS. This is one thing I left.
I don't think you invented that.
I
know I heard that before.
I'm just saying, it's my first thing when I was on the board.
It's your trademark.
KISS. I have a couple questions and a couple comments. Could you go to slide 7 real quick? I just want to confirm. So when we're talking about parcels, obviously, this is just something that came up. If somebody owns a 4-plex on one parcel, obviously it's 1 fee. If you own a parcel RE5, multiple dwellings, 1 fee, correct? Okay, just clarifying that. Okay. And then I think it's slide 3, where we're talking about the funding. Looks like we put, 1.6 million, 1.5 million. say this parcel fee passed, because I believe if it passes, what was the amount that we'd get? I missed it when you were
About
going.
3.1.
3.1. So is that 3.1 include the 1.5, 1.6 that we're already putting in, or is that separate?
No, so that's separate.
Okay.
And just to speak to this, I know your board will have the prerogative as to how much of the general fund you would like to contribute to fire in the future if this parcel
And that's
tax
kind of what I'm
passes.
saying is if we have the 3.5, we could technically put that 1.5 back into general fund for other services, correct?
Sure.
So there's multiple. So this is kind of where I'm getting on in my comment period or comment section is, I wasn't a fan of TOT. It passed. Great. We're going to have more revenue to do things moving forward. We might have some new developments coming in. Great. But again, that's TOT. I've been since day one behind securing additional funds moving forward to help shore up fire, specifically a fire. It's our number one issue with constituents. So although the timing of it may not be the best, I think it's important that we educate and we get out in front of this as much as possible, which kind of brings me to is something I brought up to Tracy, and I think I CCG Murphy is, when we're going to put a development in the county, we have open question periods where people, send in questions, we do Q&A, we get back to them with answers. I'd really love to, moving forward, have somewhere on our website where we have a bunch of Q&As as questions come in, as people want to know about, like Supervisor Brandon said, how much is going to go to my district? How much is going to go to my district? What is it you're going to be buying? What about the contract? How is this going to, just as questions come in, I'd love to have a Q&A where people can go for transparency reasons, understand every single question, because the best questions are going to come from the constituents. We can sit up all day long and think of them, but they're going to come from outside. So if we could add that to part of the educational component where I don't have to answer everybody every time, I can just say, hey, here, go to this website, go to this link, here's the Q&As. If there's anything on there that you didn't find, send me a question and we'll get you an answer. So I'd like to see that going forward. I do want to speak to the $150 fee because I know Brandon wasn't here and some of the other board members. I think the reason why we came up with that fee, I don't think it was necessarily because we need X amount of dollars, but it was because of that fire fee that we were already paying the state for several years. And it was a fee that was going outside the county, and the $150 fee seemed like if that was something that's already been paid by constituents, it was just easier to go along with that number. But I also did reach out to, I would say 10 or 15 people. This is last year when we were discussing this, and I gave them a breakdown between I think it's 350 down to like $75. And it seemed like the sweet spot was between 125 and 175. People seemed like that was a pretty reasonable number. And so I think that was also brought up as a discussion, whereas if the reasonable, from doing some questions from homeowners and parcel owners, I think that's just a reason why maybe we got to the 150 mark. So I just wanted to bring that up. But yeah, I get it. If you own 150 parcels, is it going to seem fair? I don't know, but I also know that I own one parcel and I'm paying for my parcel. And so each parcel has a cost, and that cost is protecting it from fire. And so the larger amount of land you have, the larger amount of parcel you have to protect from fire, and that costs something. So I think there's also a reasonable argument there. So with that being said, I'll end it at that, and that's it.
Okay, Supervisor Goldenberg.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. A lot of information here, and for the three of us coming on as new board members, we may have seen some of this before, but having it as a presentation is good. A few things. Grants. I commend you, Chief Murphy, on what you've done with grants, and you're pursuing more. I am not a proponent of grants to be used for operating costs for a fire department because there's a lot of risk involved there. You could have them or you could not, and I know there's history where you've gotten a lot of them, but I'd like to move in the future towards funding the plan without the grants. A little confusion on the amount here, the 3.1 million. Wasn't that to fund the entire plan? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, a little more, actually, the 4 something when you include the districts, but that was to fund the engine replacements, the apparatus, the whole whole thing, correct?
Correct. So the number is based on, the numbers that we came up with based on need. We looked at, first, before we looked at an annual amount, it was what needs to happen to maintain, to fix what we have broken, and to prepare for the future. So, and then we spread that out over 10 years, and with that 10 years, we came up with a plan. There was some discussion on the SRA fee about that number was similar. It was definitely discussed. And then, realistically, the 300, we could, the fire department, any of the departments could use $300 a parcel. The reality of a tax like that passing is pretty slow, or pretty low. So the 3.1 million where we're at now, we believe, combined with the other options that we're pursuing, would cover that need over that 10-year period and taking it into the future. And that includes vehicles, apparatus, specialized equipment, facilities, and staffing, some staffing.
Right, but it would not include the current staffing levels that we have and we're paying now, correct? That would still need to be resolved otherwise? I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, so my concern is that we not think that we're going to save the county $1.5 million because we still have the other costs that are already being paid here.
Yeah, when we started to work, when we worked on this, when we developed that plan and charted everything out, it was, we looked at $900,000 for stabilizing the budget. That's just to maintain the very small amount of fund we have right now without cutting services.
Okay. So several other items here. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, when you talk about the replacement cycle of engines, I mean, there's some different discussions, but, 15 to 20 years is kind of a period of time, so it's a perpetual. We start replacing engines. By the time you get through all of them with the size of our fleet, we've got to start buying them again, so it's not a one-time purchase, correct? I mean,
right, so the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, which is a group of a whole bunch of different organizations, recommends replacement of frontline municipal type, which we would consider several of ours that level every 10 years, and then to move them to reserve for another 5 years, and then replace them. So we have average age is about 22 years for all of the engines. Probably 10 years for our the engines that are staffed for volunteers. Not probably. We wouldn't need to replace those every 10 years, right. But we need to replace them now and then plan for their replacement.
Okay. Just personal experience, besides building fire stations, we ran into this in Tulare. We bought some new engines and they wouldn't fit in the old fire station apparatus rooms. Yeah. So that creates an issue that needs to be considered and planned for. On sizing the engines.
So put some extra in the budget for like a big tape measure.
The grant funds would be wonderful for something like AVL. Yes. I mean, that's sure there's a pretty good cost to it, but I mean, we really need AVL. The automated vehicle locating is what truly gets us to closest resource dispatching. There's a lot of firefighter safety aspects that can be, looked at with that as well. Didn't CAL FIRE do all of their state engines?
Yes.
Do we have the ability to tag on to their contract?
Yes.
Okay, so that's something we could look at. I'd like to see some pricing information on that separately.
Yeah, the pricing has actually come down quite a bit from when it initially started. So all the CAL FIRE engines, the utilities, the dozers, the crew buses, they have all of these in. They could be tracked all over the state. Also, and just throw this in there, a little info. Sorry to keep the meeting going too long, but there's fire hydrant layers, other water supply layers, routing, it's frequencies. There's just a ton of information that are available through there.
Yeah.
So the price is down about $7,000 to $9,000 per vehicle after the initial upfront. I think it's $19,000.
Yeah, it tie all those things together makes your dispatch system all the more robust.
Right.
I guess maybe this next question might be for Debbie Batista. If, let's say we didn't go with the June 8th date. Let's say we went into the next fiscal year and just say October, November, somewhere in there. Do we have to wait a whole nother year before we can collect? Or
Because you have to remember how the tax roll works. The tax roll is for fiscal year July 1st through June 30th. If you do not have the vote before July 1st, it can't go on the roll until the following year.
Okay, so there's no way to introduce anything midstream?
No, think of it from the taxpayer's standpoint. All of the bills we would have to send out to tell them that they owed us something.
Right.
Would it be prorated? Would it be this? And then the collection of that, the extra work in the assessor's office, the auditor's office, and the treasurer's office, and then back to the auditor's office when we allocate the funds. And I don't think legally we can even do that. I believe you have to put it on the tax roll, which commences June 1st.
I believe Debbie's correct. And first, actually in our JPA agreement, we do have the date of the election. And that's not just in the recitals, that's in the body of the agreement. So I think at the very least, we would have to get the consent of the other members. Whether or not we have to amend that, we could look at that. But I do agree it would add some complication to the collections. The operative date of the ordinance could be changed to make it match what's administratively feasible.
Okay.
So certain things could be done, but of course the collection date would be moved out substantially.
So, yeah, the concern is, I mean, obviously last March, we had two failed measures, the sales tax and the TOT. Then we passed the TOT in November. And then we're in a heck of a period of time here with COVID. And, a lot of businesses struggling, a lot of people out of work. I'm just concerned about the viability of people agreeing to pass this if too early of a date is my concern. So on the timeline currently, we've only got just a few weeks here before the first reading, so it's very, very tight. And I realize some changes might need to be made, would have to be made with the JPA from what you're saying, but if it didn't pass in June, I think it would be a long time before we could get it put up again and have a chance of it passing. This is the concern. And I think we may have some more work to do on the plan yet. It's not fleshed out. There's some things talked about in here, including state fire reimbursement. That's supposed to be just reimbursement. It's not supposed to be a moneymaker for the county, right? So if we've got these other factors in there, we need to look at the dollars and make sure where we're at. Anyways, a lot of things to consider here. Thank you.
Did you still have?
So as Supervisor Half brought up, I also have concerns about the number of parcels that might be charged, specifically related to, I think, productive uses of fairly managed land. Is there any provision for Williamson Act provisions in it? Because I worry about the effect that might have on our local ag industry.
Yeah, so we're not proposing any exemptions for any zoning type or parcel type, yeah.
Okay. One thing I also was wondering about, so this being through the tax rules seems as a deadline, would that change if it was a Melrose, CFD? Would that change anything? Because that's not on the tax roll, correct? The Community Facilities District seems like that might be charged at different times.
Yes, Chris, would you mind,
Sorry.
I apologize. I was speaking with Debbie. I missed that question.
So I was wondering if, so June 1st is the deadline for being able to enact this for a tax roll tax on there. What if it was a community facilities district? Would that change that deadline? And if that approach was taken and allow us, so if the parcel tax was scrapped, but it was a CFD instead.
The Melrose. That would take some research.
I'm happy I pronounced it right.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I'd be very interested in seeing that, because I think I have some concerns too. I think, with the way it is, the way it might impact, I think, some of the larger landowners, especially businesses in my district, the flatness of it and that, and especially the rush deadline, that we're not able to engage in this process as long as we'd like. If the CFD is an option, I'd be very interested in knowing that,
I know the discussion early on included things like a CSA, which would do like an assessment like I mentioned, or a CFD, but those require LAFCO to implement, and so we're looking at a years-long process. What the board chose was something that's feasible within a short period of time, so this was where we ended up. So any of those other types of measures would be a substantial amount of time and resources.
Okay, thank you.
I did have one quick follow-up. Mobile home parks, so if we had a park with 100 units in it, you're saying they don't get charged individually, or the park doesn't pay? I mean, that's potentially 100 structure fires, 100 medical aids. I mean, a lot of responses in a lot of parks out there.
Yeah, go for it.
So for the mobile homes, if they're attached to real property, then it would be on the secured roll and it would receive the fee. Most mobile homes are on the unsecured roll, and then there were issues that we were coming across that would need to be resolved for that. But there were also two other things I wanted to point on. You guys have mentioned exemptions a couple times. If you did go in that route, if you could consider having the onus be on the applicant to go ahead and apply for the exemption if they have 4 parcels, and put the onus on them to prove the ownership. So that way our staff isn't having to go through an entire tax roll and decide how many times is this name popping up, all right, remove this one. It would just make administratively a lot more easier. And then to the square footage, there's always confusion around square footage, especially with A-frame homes, with lofts, whether or not it's included, whether or not it's not. And that could lead to a lot of time spent in our office trying to decide whether or not it was living square footage or loft square footage or a wood enclosed porch. And we've had instances where that's just taken up significant chunks of time within our office, and I think to do that throughout the entire county would be a little problematic, even with like additions and permits and some of our records. So we have, about 23,000 homes in our county and 3 appraisers. There's been some properties where we haven't been out to measure in decades. So those were just the other 2 things that I just wanted to touch on briefly.
We just wanted to add, because the questions are spreading pretty far, and this was an informational item. So if the board wanted to rethink this, it really should be coming back as another item. So this is just an informational.
Supervisor Campbell, I just wanted to add on to what Mr. Schmidt said. So today, the presentation is just about discussing the JPA that's been formed and what actions will be coming next for this JPA. If for some reason the board is not interested in continuing to pursue this JPA, then direction could be given to staff to take other action. But at this point, all of the other considerations, we can't take those actions right now unless we had other direction to do so.
Yeah, and I was gonna comment on it. I'm a bit surprised. I thought there would be more support to find secured funding for our fire services, but I'm not sure if we're getting it. So I guess the perspective I was looking at it from is that, we're not levying a tax on our citizens. We're allowing the citizens to decide what level of fire safety they want to see in their community. When I think about, me and my wife have been very fortunate. We were able to purchase our own home, in Tuolumne County. It's the first home we've ever owned. And when we purchased that home, we didn't have, like most people, we didn't have enough money to buy it outright, so we have a mortgage. We pay on that mortgage every month. We pay on the principal, and we pay interest. In addition to that, we pay insurance on our home to protect our investment. I often do a lot of work around the house, doing repairs, replacing things that break. Those are other costs that go into our home. And it's all the costs that you incur in protecting your investment and having a decent place to live. And if you had a slide that showed all of the things that we need in this county that we cannot afford with the current level of funding for fire safety. If you're asking me if it's worth it to add another $150 on that long list of things that I already pay to maintain my home, I'd say absolutely, it's a bargain. But I'm just one vote, out of all the county, and if this goes on the ballot, we'll all have a chance to decide what level of fire safety we want to see. And I think the discussion has gotten into the details of what's being proposed here, but I just hope we don't lose sight of the fact that what we're doing is giving the voters the opportunity to decide. It's not the board that's going to be deciding today what is covered in this fire assessment. So
if I can just quick follow up, I am totally for the long-term funding of the fire department. I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm just looking at the timelines, and as we come on here, we're talking in 2 weeks essentially. This is an ordinance that has to have its first readings, and if we change anything after that, we have to start the timeline over again, I believe. So I'm just, that was my concern, whether or not this is as complete as maybe it should be. There seems to be some.
So let me ask staff: so you've heard some of the questions that we had today. I know that many of those you've considered while putting this together, but maybe not everyone in the public or on the board was involved in that stage of it. But are you confident that you've come to kind of the best of all worlds, addressing some of the concerns you've heard today and others that you've heard leading up to this? Are you confident that you've reached a pretty good middle ground in terms of what's viable and what could be brought to the public, asking our citizens for a vote of support?
Short answer, yes. But that doesn't exclude the reality that we have board members who weren't a part of those decisions previously, and if there are other considerations, certainly we should at the very least explain that yes, we did consider those, and here's the conclusions that we came to, or here's why we got to the decisions that we did. To Supervisor Half's point and to yours, we haven't done any kind of formal poll to see what do we feel like the public, could bear as far as a fee amount. But the other considerations as far as a CFD or a Melrose versus a JPA, exemptions for certain property, for parcel types or zoning, assessing the tax, even doing an assessment versus a tax, which would be really based on user fees is really, we've done a lot of that exploration over the last many months. And by we, I mean not just me, but county council and then the other entities, councils and administrative staff and fire chiefs when necessary also. So, the short answer, of course, is yes, but that doesn't mean that we should. I feel like I'm happy to answer any questions. And, to Supervisor Goldenberg's point, about the timeline, sure, that is definitely something, to consider. I think, again, this is the JPA making these decisions, not just your board. So it would be if anything were to change as what was presented today, then that would be the whole JPA would have to make those changes, or your board could pull out of the JPA. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
I should just add that this JPA is very specific in its purpose, and even the timing of the election, it would take substantial revision with the consent of the other partners. So I just want to make sure the board knows it's already created a separate
Yeah.
government agency
So-
to do this.
In your experience, have you ever seen a perfect JPA or a perfect ballot measure? That's a bit of a facetious question. I apologize. Okay, I'm going to look to see if we have any public comment. Okay, none. Any other comments from the board? All right, thanks very much. Okay, our clerk has completely changed her style all of a sudden. Ms. Cunha, would you please read item number 15?
Consideration of approval of a plan and specifications for the Community Resilience Center projects in Groveland and Tuolumne, and authorized call for bids.
Okay, hello.
Hey, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Mo Frank, Deputy County Administrator. You can't see it because I'm wearing a mask, but this is truly, I said that twice because it's an exciting day to be able to get to this point. I'm excited today to present to your board the plans and specifications and ask or seek your approval to go out to bid for this project. This has been a long process, as we've just mentioned, with many, many hurdles to overcome. In the way of a little bit of background, in 2015, when we started down the National Disaster Resiliency Competition, or NDRC, path, there was a joint application between the state of California, especially the State Housing and Community Development, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, U.S. Forest Service, and CAL FIRE. And the first thing we did in regard to that project is held many public meetings inside of Tuolumne County, and we asked people to submit their proposals. What would you like to see to really look at building resiliency in Tuolumne County and help define what does resiliency mean for Tuolumne County? From that request in those public meetings, we received over 140 just Tuolumne County citizens' proposals. So it was amazing. One of them was the Community Resiliency Center, and that's the one that shown as being the #1 choice, and also the state really thought that that was a great model or something to be able to replicate in other communities to make them more resilient. In the NDRC grant that was submitted originally, we had asked for 2 community resiliency centers, one in Groveland and one in Tuolumne. When we got the funding, it was much less than what we had anticipated for the grant, and so the state said, okay, Tuolumne County, here's $19 million, which is about half of what we requested for the CRC projects, and you can build one of them. Well, that didn't really work, and it especially didn't work for our community, and it didn't work for the Board of Supervisors, and it was something that we didn't want to give up on. So the board, and I give praise to the previous board members, the board, staff, and your community advocated and talked to the state and showed them what we can do. And yes, we were going to be a little bit short of money, but we really wanted to build 2 community resiliency centers in the county. And with that, the state finally, wore them down, but they were gracious enough. They found some magic, and they came up with $5 million additional funds for us out of a neighborhood stabilization grant. So here we are today. It's exciting. County staff, along with some of our consultants, have been working diligently since we've got the grant funds. And we have purchased 2 pieces of property, well, several pieces of property, but 2 sites. So the Groveland Community Resiliency Center will be along Ferretti Road, just past the Groveland Community Service District. And then in Tuolumne, the CRC will be on the corner of Bay Street and Cherry Valley Boulevard. The CRCs will be roughly 8,775 square feet, and will contain the following kind of spaces, if you will. An entryway and lobby, 4 offices, small classroom, restroom and showers, full commercial kitchen, and a large conference room that will basically be probably double the size of this room that could be divided in 2 if needed be. I think in doing the design of this facility, we really looked at being able to use this facility on a day-to-day basis, but also during emergency situations. And so the building is a generator that completely will provide power in an outage. The whole entire building, you will see no orange outlets, that everything will be able to be plugged in. We included extra outlets for people to be able to come in during an emergency and power up their iPhones, their phones, I said their computers, things like that. Even outside, we're working with a company right now who's going to provide electrical charging stations, and those will be on generation power. So we're really trying to think multifaceted with this building. In the plans, a copy of the plans and specs have been outside. They'll be outside your chambers for about the next month. And as I said, there are 9 in that proposal, or in the plans you'll see there are 9 bid alternates for the property. We do that to, one of the things we always, as staff, will never bring anything before your board for consideration if it's not underneath the budget, and we'll talk about that. So in order to make sure we're underneath the budget we have for this project, there's bid alternates. And so the 9 bid alternates we have is bid alternate number 1 and 2 relates to the radio tower structure for both facilities, the pedestrian bridge in Groveland, the outdoor restroom building in Groveland, audio visual in both the classrooms and large meeting room in both facilities. So having those bid alternates means that if the project comes in under budget, then we as a county have discretion to add back these items as we have funding available. The other thing that we did in this project that was unique, and we did it for the first time, is we pre-qualified just for this project. It's not a mandate for us to do with other projects, but we wanted to try it out, is we pre-qualified contractors. And the pre-qualification package went out early October. They were due back November 30th. And at the end or conclusion of that process, we received 9 proposals. And what we were looking for in those packets were basically, we wanted to see a contractor's resources. We want to see if they're financially stable to do these projects. We wanted to see their work experience, their safety record, and again, their staffing capacity. And so once we reviewed these proposals, the next thing we did is we did interviews, and we checked on their references, and all 9 came back that their references that they had cited were similar type projects to ours, and they all had come back with satisfied the RFQ for the qualifications, and their people that we interviewed had glowing things to say about them as a contracting firm. So the pre-qualified contractors for this project are Bobo Construction, Robert E. Boyer Construction, Broward Builders, C.T. Brayton & Sons, F&H Construction, Harris Builders, Pro West Contractors, W.E. Lyons Construction Company, and Zovich Construction. What's nice in this mix is we do have 1 local contractor, so that's kind of nice to see. It is estimated that it'll probably take about 14 months for this project to be done, and when I say the project, I mean both CRC projects. Pretty much it's up to the contractor when they want to start, but for the most part, they'll probably start at the same time. The engineer's estimate for this project is $18,257,000 and some odd change. It is below the budget that we have for this project, as I mentioned just a minute ago. If your board approves moving forward with this project, the schedule is as follows. The pre-bid meeting, and it'll be mandatory, will be held February 10th. Then bids will be due March 3rd. Bid awarded March 16th, so the item will then come after we vet and see who the lowest responsible bidder is. We will come back to your board on the 16th to award that contract. A notice of proceed will be issued April 6th, and construction will commence shortly after that, sometime probably in late April. Depending, everyone wants to know when it's going to be done. So my preface these days is now, depending on rain dates, most likely it will open up most likely early July of 2022. As a reminder, we are under the gun. We have a grant requirement to be done with the project. So that's why it's so important that we get going on this and we time it just right. So we'll start in April, just at the beginning of, if you will, that window to do construction. So staff is before you today asking for board's approval to go out, have the authority to go out to bid with this project for the community resiliency centers, both for Groveland and Tuolumne, and authorize the call for bids due 2 o'clock at Tuolumne Memorial Hall on March 3rd, 2021. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions? I'll start with Supervisor Kirk.
Just a question and a couple comments. You know, a while back we were talking about some of the aesthetics of the Tuolumne. Is that still going to be? Is that implemented during this bid process?
No. So so what Supervisor Kirk is referring to is we had 2 meetings with the citizens in the Tuolumne area because there's several of them that felt that we didn't do enough in the design work to match some of the buildings around the area. So what we did from those 2 meetings is took that information back and reincorporated it into the design. Now, one thing to remember is, as I said, there are many, many hurdles. I have a lot of restrictions placed on me. As far as one of the requirements the state of California put on me is it had to be wells and sites certified. So in that, I had to make sure that we achieve certain points to get those certifications. And to get those points, I had to, I didn't have a lot of discretion on some of the materials that were used inside or outside the building. I didn't have a lot of say on some of the colors. I had to hire an acoustical person to make sure the sound systems or the panels were placed in a certain way. I had to make sure there was plenty of indirect light, so windows and how big and how many. So there were a lot of restrictions placed on this. So we did make changes to the facility for the Tuolumne CRC, incorporate it. So it does look, the plan that the board chose, because as a board, you guys had, I gave you 2 options. You chose the one that looked more like the library rec center right next door.
Right. I just want to make sure moving forward, when people go to bid, that's when it's designed, when it's built, it'll look like what the community had suggested.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And then, first of all, thank you. I know, me and Supervisor Campbell are the only ones left. You know, at the end of this process, I know there's lots of supervisors involved. And so thank you for getting it to here. And again, you don't need to go into great detail, but I just want to remind the public and the new board, I think one of my greatest hesitancies at the beginning of this was, can it, moving forward, will it sustain itself? Is it going to be a building that sits here and that's going to be used a couple times a year during emergency? And I think it's just a good, 30-second reminder to remind the public that most of these rooms inside the center should be rented out or used by other organizations in the community, which will help pay for the cost to keep the lights on, the heating, all that stuff in there. I think there was actually going to be a net gain of maybe $10,000 a year, which obviously isn't anything. But the whole point is that it's not just going to be sucking money moving forward. It's going to be built by grants. It's going to be a benefit to communities, and then hopefully moving forward, it'll at least just sustain itself.
Right. So real quickly, let's touch on a few things. So when we did phase 1 part of the project, we had to prove the state of California that moving forward that the county was committed in the operations and maintenance of this facility and that we had a path forward in regards to that. So what is a community resiliency center versus a community hall? And Supervisor Kirk was touching on that, where we have 4 offices in which the whole goal of these community resiliency centers is to get programs and services that we provide here in Sonora out to those communities. And so we'll get rent from those offices, and so we'll have basically lease agreements with several entities, and then the rental of the rooms. And one of the things that staff has to do is come back to your board, because you didn't want to do it at the time. You asked us to come back once you're under construction with what you want as far as a rental rate for those 2 facilities. So staff will be doing some research and come back with some recommendations sometimes in the next couple of months to make sure that we are doing what we said we do, is provide a building that's sustainable. You're welcome.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, thank goodness the state came up with the additional 5 million. That's wonderful. I know at one point, without that a few things were taken out. I was just wondering if they made it back in, like solar was a question at one point.
So what was taken out were some of the items that there was like 12 building standards that the state of California wanted. And we had just marginally met a few of them, so we had put some of those back in. And then what you see, some of the items on the bid alternates are some of the items that well, some of them I really want for the facility, and there's one or two that the state really wants. So just to ensure, again, that we get bids that we can move forward and not have it as tight as we can, we pulled some of those items out of the facility.
Right. So on solar itself, then is that in or not?
Solar was discussed and looked at, but because of the sites and because of the multifaceted things that we want to do on those sites, it wasn't going to work out for the sites. So Groveland, you have a very heavily wooded area up against kind of in the background, kind of a little bit of a rolling hills, and so that was really hard for us, and it wasn't going to work. In Tuolumne, the only place to put it would be in the parking lot area, and we wanted to make sure that that parking lot was as flexible as possible, whether we needed to have large fire equipment parked in there, or we needed to have drive-through clinics or stuff. I mean, even in the parking lots, we've made sure that only the places that we had to have parking stalls or parking stops, if you will, are there for code, but they're not in the middle of it. So it gives us enough flexibility to move horse trailers and things in as we need.
Okay.
So yeah, but solar was considered.
Well, glad to see it finally coming to fruition. Excellent.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Supervisor Brandon.
Mo, congrats on this.
Thank you.
You can measure the amount of work put into this in pounds with that giant book that's out there. I was flipping through it, and it's amazingly impressive in how much detail's there. I think I had a similar question about the potential of solar, especially parking solar as an option. And so I think the generator in part is a really great thing. I was worried about what happens in a power outage. Is it going to be also dark there? But certainly some interest in that as well. But you mentioned that if money was something was taken out of the project and there was discretionary money left over, that it could be put back in. Are we talking that this is going to be probably at the budget, or is it just depending on what the RFP comes back?
So exactly, Supervisor. Once the bids come in, right now what we're hearing as far as the market is concerned, some projects statewide that have come in lately are coming in under engineers' estimates. So we're guessing so. We have 9 qualified contractors, so there should be some good competition there. So what we'll do is on March 3rd, read those proposals, see what we get as far as lowest responsible bid, and see where it lands at that, and then add back as needed.
Great.
Add that as we can, not as we needed.
And that dovetails in my next question is just being it's a public project, what is our contingency plan if it has cost overruns, since we are running pretty close to the amount? Cannot happen. Okay, good.
No. Okay, so basically, staff, so that's a bad answer. Let me give you a better, more detailed answer. I do not want them to go overboard, but I have had one project that we did. So what transpires is we have money put away besides what we're bidding. We have money in contingency funds in regards to that. So there's some money we can add above that, but ask me about that later. But what we could do is for some reason, if the bids come in higher on March 3rd, what we will do is staff would prepare a report, come back to your board and talk about where we are and what's going on. Why we'll do an assessment of why we think is there something in the bid that was confusing? Was there something that people mistook and calculated wrong? And if that's the case, then I would be explaining that to your board and asking again to maybe modify the plans and specs and go out to bid again. And we had to do that with the Stricker Court EOC.
Okay.
So it does happen.
Let's see. I think the only last thing on it, last main thing, I'd love if there's any chance to ever alter it to, and this is probably just a little personal thing of mine, any type of community facility, walkable facility of having plants that are, producing fruit, stuff like that, veggies, things that make people want to walk around, pick them, stuff. And potentially I saw one statue area for community art, but if there's any other opportunities for community art in these projects, I think that would be really great. And that's just my
Right. That would be great. If anyone wants to donate to this project, or I will say even the Law and Justice Center site that we have, we're always willing to consider donated art, but that's up to discretion of your board. The one area that we do have in Tuolumne, there's, I keep hearing that it's called a steam donkey. I don't know if that's really a steam donkey. Is it a steam donkey? I don't know. There is an artifact left over from the wood product industry that sits along Bay Street that the tribe has asked that we make space for, and so as historical to keep it.
Lot.
Yeah, so it was going to be up front on the corner, but after working with Public Works, we've moved it to the back of the parking lot. So it, but that space up front is still available if there's another piece of artifact someone's looking at donating that we can make work there. That would be awesome.
I'm happy to hear there's a space, community can be able to contribute art to this project if we have it, see what we got here. And I guess my last question was, you mentioned we had one local, applicant there. We want to be fair, be able to get, I think, the best value out of it, legally obligated to get the
legally
best
obligated.
Is there any way that we're able to do a best value evaluation over a lowest cost evaluation?
It's lowest responsible bid is what the government code we have to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Supervisor Half.
No, I don't have any comments. Just hallelujah, Ms. Frank. You've done an awesome job, and I just love what point we're at right now, and I just like to see us march forward with this project, both of them. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for those comments. I think both of these buildings will be great for both the communities of Tuolumne and Groveland. And again, what the community asked for in these buildings were, even though the footprint or the layout of the buildings are exactly the same, in Tuolumne, the citizens up there were looking for a place where they can come and learn and get classes and services, but they also wanted a place that then spurred on other economic development. In Groveland, they were looking for a place that they can come to and provide them an opportunity for social gatherings and cohesion and stuff. And so I think both these facilities will fulfill those goals as we move forward.
Great. Other comments, Supervisor Huff?
No, that was it.
Okay. Yeah, and I think they're beautiful buildings, and I think it's going to be really good for Groveland and Tuolumne. And I really appreciate the work that you've done, and any more that I say beyond that is going to take time away from you that you could be dedicated to getting these projects done. So I'll just say that it's very appreciated, all the work that you've done, and keep it up.
Thank you. Will do.
So thanks. I'm going to look to see if we have any public comment. Okay, I'm getting the head shake, so no, we do not have public comment. Are you looking for an action from the board on this?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
All right.
I'll look to see if we have a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion to consider the approval of plans and specifications for the Community Resilience Center projects in Groveland and Tuolumne, and authorize a call for bids.
And I would like to second that motion.
Okay, so appropriately, we have a motion from Supervisor Kirk and a second from Supervisor Half. I'll ask the clerk to read the roll.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking on here now. I don't see that reports is on the agenda. Do we have one more item?
We have one more. Two more. Oh, right, the other one we added this morning. I forgot about it.
Oh, that's right, 16A. Okay. All right. So let's hear about our last item.
2 items.
What 2 items? Oh, okay. You're right.
Consideration of amending
I
ordinance
checked off the wrong
2.52
box.
to add sections 2.52.060 to formalize health and welfare benefits to board members as set forth in the executive and confidential compensation plan.
Okay. Good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So the item before you today is a joint item between County Council, Sarah Carrillo, and myself. This item is really just to formalize a precedence or activity that has already been taking place, but we wanted to be as transparent as we possibly can. As you know, we've been talking about this a lot for the last 2 years specifically. And so what this would do is formalize the benefits as health and welfare and retirement. I'm going to go through it and read it. And what it does again is it would amend 2.52 to add in 2.52 section 060 is what it would amend it to read. And it would say the annual salary of a board member includes the basic salary as set forth in section 2.52.010 and such other health and welfare benefits authorized by government code sections 532000, which are provided to non-board member elected officials as set forth in the executive and confidential compensation plan, such as medical and dental benefits, optical plan and group insurance, and other health and welfare benefits, retired and deferred compensation benefits. Should your board approve this amending this ordinance, it would go into effect 60 days after its adoption. And of course, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, questions from the board?
We'll bring it back for the second reading next.
Oh, yes. And we'll bring it back for a second reading during the next board meeting.
Okay, I have just one question. Does this increase benefits to supervisors in any way?
No.
Okay. Actually, I have a second question. This is this ordinance available to the public to view at any time to understand the benefits available to board members?
Yes, so if anyone wanted to look at the benefits that are available to board members or to any who are employed by the county, first of all, the ordinance code is available on our website. You can actually just go in there. When you type in ordinance, the entire code will come up and individuals can look that up. And if they look at the 2.52, they'll be able to go into board member compensation. The other part of that was, and I completely lost it. What? The MOU. All right. So the Executive Confidential Compensation Plan is also on the county website, which outlines the benefits that are provided to anyone that is part of that compensation plan. And that would be under the Tuolumne County website. Again, if you were to go to government and look up human resources, an individual would be able to see everything within there, including pay ranges and all the other aspects of compensation.
Okay, great. All right, looking to see if there's any public comment. Okay, again with the head shake. Getting a lot of those today. I'll look for a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion to move on staff recommendation to approve amending ordinance 2.52 to include 2.52.060 as outlined in the attached ordinance.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Supervisor Kirk, second from Supervisor Goldenberg. Will you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Half.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, so the other item I overlooked is 16A. Do you have language for that?
Consideration of approving a letter of support for the Keep California Working Act.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. So on January 17th, staff from Senator Borges' office sent a request to Tuolumne County asking for support in SB 74, which is the Keep California Working Act. As you guys are aware, there's been a lot of businesses that have either closed temporarily or permanently due to the hardships caused by COVID-19. So this funding would help make sure that some of those other smaller businesses couldn't endure through the rest of this pandemic. And essentially what this does is it would allocate $2.6 billion of one-time surplus revenue to provide grants to small businesses and nonprofits and communities throughout the state of California. And again, this has been introduced as with an urgency clause, meaning that once it's approved, it would be enacted immediately. And I have attached a summary of the bill to your board memo as well, and it is recommended that your board approve the letter of support to Senator Borges' office for SB 74 to Keep California Working Act.
All right. Okay, I'll start with Supervisor Kirk. Did you have a comment on this?
Sure. Just thank you guys for jumping on this. I know I sent you guys an email on Sunday, but you probably already got it from Borges' office. So thank you. And again, I'd just like to comment, I mean, my personal beliefs on this is I think the best thing for businesses is to let businesses open and operate. We've been way far behind the ball as far as if the government's going to mandate people stay closed, they need to provide the funds to offset that. And they've done a horrible job of doing that, in my opinion. So although this is a great temporary relief, which I support, I'd rather see Newsom in the administration allow businesses to operate. But that's not what this discussion is about. That's not what this letter is about. This is about sending support for this bill, for this $2.6 billion. So thank you guys for putting it together, and hopefully we can get some much needed relief. I read through this, and it's astonishing how many businesses are going under, and I think we're going to look back and have a lot of regrets the way a lot of this stuff's playing out. So I just hope we can help the businesses we can, the ones that are still open. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from the board?
Same thing as Supervisor Kirk said. You guys caught this, last minute, and you got it going. And yeah, I'm definitely in support of this and anything we can do to help our local businesses. Thank you.
Okay. I'll look for a motion then.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. Will you please read the roll?
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor Haff.
Aye.
Supervisor Brandon.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Now, what I had mentioned before is I don't see that reports is agendized. I'm looking at County Council. Can we then do reports?
No, unfortunately, it's not agendized.
Okay. All right. Well, we have no more items on our agenda then, so I'll close the meeting. Thank you all very much and have a wonderful rest of your week. Hopefully staying out of the wind.